Muéstrame tu tierra, mami. Vamos juntos para allá. Bueno, mira. Oye, llévame al campo, la tierra donde naciste. Carretero tira su carreta, que recuerda donde viviste. Contemplarte en la sierra, contemplarte en los valles, y lo hacemos juntos para capturar los detalles. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamá. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, 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 tierra. Bueno, mira de nuevo, estamos viajando lejos, pero vale la pena. Recogemos recuerdos y siempre buscamos terrena. Esto es tuyo y siempre lo será. Siempre será tu tierra y siempre lo recordarás. Óyelo, tierra, tierra, siempre lo recordarás. Tierra, tierra, es tu tierra, mami. Tierra, 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 tierra. Bueno, mira, juntos vamos para allá. Tu tierra. Escucha, aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será, mamá. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la recordará. Óyelo bien, mamita, y siempre la será, oye. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la recordará. Siempre la recordará. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será. Vamos para allá, mamita linda. Tierra y siempre la recordará. Vamos para allá. Y siempre la será, oye. Tierra y siempre la recordará. Camina, como dicen, tierra y siempre la será. Siempre la será, mamá. Siempre la recordará. La tierra, 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 tierra. Vamos para allá, para tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, tierra, siempre será tu tierra. Tierra, tierra. Camina para allá, camina.
I'm gonna be. Thank you, Vasraka. Hey, what up, what up? How we doing? Wait 1 second. I'll be right back. That's our show. Just kidding. Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I know I said I wouldn't stream today, but I actually have some time before I need to leave. And so I will be traveling. So don't expect a particularly long stream. But there were a couple things that just came on the news that I wanted to talk about, and I had time to do it. So, let's do it. Let's start with our little clickbait, little Josiah pondering politics, little clickbait. MAGA Fox hosts visibly terrified of Pete Buttigieg. Democrat humiliates Hannity. Let's do this one.
Former Biden
Let's see what our friend Josiah said.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg made his return to Fox News years after he developed a reputation for scaring the hell out of Fox News hosts, perpetually out debating them, avoiding their gotchas, and usually leading them to trip into gotchas as well. Former Trump press secretary turned Fox News host Kayleigh McEnany was visibly, shall we say, on her guard.
Visibly terrified. Visibly on her guard? What are you talking about, Josiah? This is visible horror. Visible shock.
Kayleigh McEnany was visibly, shall we say, on
so
her
visible
guard when dealing with Buttigieg as he dropped one brutal fact check after another. She knew she was outmatched, and every time she tried to sneak in a gotcha or a low blow, Buttigieg would redirect. I'm excited for you to see this, but before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. Look at this deer in headlights look from Kayleigh McEnany here. Again, she knows she's dealing with one of the apex predators of the Democratic Party.
Oh my God. One of the apex predators.
His rhetorical game. I mean, Pete Buttigieg is rivaled only by Zoran Mamdani and Gavin Newsom, right, in terms of his ability to deliver a message and debate. So I'm excited for you to see this. Let's jump right on in.
Is that even though we're a big tent and different Democrats sometimes have different answers, we're
demolishing. Holy crap. Look at how he's demolishing her.
Asking the same question, and I think it's the right question, which is how do we make life more affordable in this country? You know, this president took office promising that he was going to make life more affordable on day one.
What's wrong with Kayleigh? Is she having a little Mitch McConnell moment?
He said grocery prices would go down. They've gone up. Energy prices are up while he's killing utility projects that would create more energy generation. Obviously, we're really in a painful place as a country right now on healthcare, where a big issue in the midterms will be why did so many congressional Republicans vote to cut Medicaid while they were giving tax cuts to some of the wealthiest
apex predator
Americans, and why do they refuse to extend the tax credits that will help with everybody's premiums going up? You know, the House voted to do it, the Senate GOP refuses, and the president, I think, could solve that with one phone call, but he just won't. So these are the kinds of issues that I've been hearing about. Certainly that event you mentioned when I was in Wisconsin, really around the country, and I think they're going to drive.
Did you notice Josiah didn't do a video on Ilhan Omar getting attacked? What's that about? I don't know, guys. Do you think Josiah's a racist or something? What do you guys think? Put one in the chat if Josiah is racist.
The election this year.
So the reason this is so remarkable, again, you can see the visible fear on her face, but if you guys go back and even look at my coverage of Democrats being on Fox News, the Fox News hosts in question are desperate to try to interrupt and deflect. They don't like to give Democrats the space to answer, unless, of course, you're John Fetterman, in which case you're probably going to kiss Trump's ass and throw the Democratic Party under the bus. So they'll give you as much latitude as possible. Martha McCallum interrupts. Sandra Smith interrupts. John Robert interrupts. Dana Perino. So certainly Hannity and all the others as well. Laura Ingraham, when even the opinion hosts, obviously, when Democrats show up. Kayleigh McEnany is like the proto. Carolyn Levitt. She was the pre-Carolyn Levitt.
The proto Carolyn Levitt. Oh, because she was press secretary and she was blonde and lied a lot.
Press secretary, right? So you would think it'd be in her interest to try to heckle and deflect and distract, but she knows when Pete Buttigieg is on a roll, it's best to just let him get his answer out because if you try to interrupt, he'll probably take control of the interview and make you look
Thanks for the sub, Grip.
like an idiot, as he's done before. Here's another clip.
Prices, and at a time when we have these shocking events in Minnesota, right? When you have American citizens being arrested, being gunned down, something that I think can bring a lot of people together. Watching somebody exercising their First Amendment rights and Second Amendment rights. I know my party doesn't talk
He's eviscerating her right now. She's stun locked.
about the Second Amendment as much. But I think seeing an American taken to the ground, having his gun removed, and then after having his gun removed, being shot in the back up to 10 times, and then having the government say that he was a terrorist all along, based on no evidence besides the fact that he was a lawful
Really good shit here.
concealed carry holder. I think those are the kinds of things that, as painful as they are, can actually bring together a lot of Americans to say, hey, we need a different direction.
Oh, she tried to get in there and she's too eviscerated.
Or even if you do usually vote
Sorry, I'm just playing. I love Josiah.
Republican, we need some balance in our government so that you got a Congress that isn't just a rubber stamp, that can exercise some oversight over an administration that's gotten out of control.
Again, stunned into silence, lets him get
Stunned.
through his entire answer before she tries to push back. It's testament to Buttigieg's ability to demand respect from Fox News hosts or who are otherwise disinclined to give it. But he makes a very cogent case for why Democrats
cogent.
have the winds at their backs when it comes to the midterms. And it's also important to note that, again, even if we win the midterms, let's say we take control of the House, and ideally the House and the Senate, Trump is still president. There's still quite a bit that he's able to do from an authoritarian
Quite a bit,
perspective.
true,
It's still
yeah.
incredibly dangerous. But the pitch is, do you want a rubber stamp who will do nothing but just let him run roughshod over your constitutional rights and the
Napalms.
American people writ large? Or do you want an opposition that will try to vigorously check him, who will question him, who will subpoena him, who will force his lackeys to testify, who will refuse to
I wonder why Josiah has an ornament in the back with the letter N. Maybe that plays into the failure to coverage issue.
just simply rubber stamp his most
Just
extraordinary,
saying.
abuses of power? It's a really good point to make, and I appreciate how, he talks about how basically what happened to Alex Preddy, the second American citizen murdered in Minneapolis by the Trump administration's federal agents, how it's actually causing liberals and progressives who might not otherwise give a damn about the Second Amendment or choose not to exercise the Second Amendment. It's actually renewing a self-interest in the Second Amendment. It's renewing, this idea that the Second Amendment doesn't simply belong to conservatives, it belongs to liberals as well. And I'm becoming increasingly convinced that conservatives don't want liberals to be mindful of their Second Amendment rights. They believe that that's a right reserved.
That's like a good point. And we're going to talk a little bit about this because it's the same kind of dynamic that's this issue with the First Amendment issue for Don Lemon. And it's a really nuanced, it's a little bit of a nuanced way to formulate it, which I've talked about before. The way the Second Amendment issue plays in the Alex Preddy murder and the way the First Amendment raises its head in the Don Lemon charging decision. So just keep that in mind. We'll talk about that in a second.
For white conservatives. So it's interesting to see how this is backlashed so badly on Trump. And again, note that Kayleigh McEnany refused to die on the hill of what's going on in Minneapolis. She knows Trump screwed up.
She knows. She's visibly terrified.
An American citizen dies, absolutely.
Really? Even when a terrorist gets killed? That's what I don't understand either. The administration's like, this guy was an assassin. He came here to inflict maximum carnage. They're paying this guy out to be like Dr. Doofenshmirtz level, I don't know. Maybe that's a bad, like a real bad hombre. And then the next day they're like, it's really sad whenever such people die. I'm like, what? I'm actually reasonably happy when we kill a mass murderer and prevent maximum carnage. I don't know about you guys. I think that doesn't make me upset.
We heard Tom Homan this week talk about how he prays every time before he goes out. He doesn't want even the illegal immigrant who might have a criminal record to be harmed in the process of obtaining them. But
Benny the Prince. Sorry.
at the same time, Americans clearly called for immigration
I'm
enforcement.
dying.
They called for
I'm
not
literally
along the southern
dying.
border where 2 million gotaways happened during the Biden administration. So what's the response to those in your party who are saying abolish ICE? Because that is not where the American people stand.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
Americans want and expect that we will have a secure border, understand that we have immigration laws, and that those immigration laws have to be enforced. But what we're seeing is not that. What we're seeing is
No, this is wrong. This is wrong. At some point when I'd moonlight as Hassan waiting room, that's what I'm going to be saying. We shouldn't have any immigration enforcement.
the people who are supposed to be enforcing the law are breaking the law.
I want to stop right there too, because I reject the premise of her question. When she says it's not where the American people are, has she not seen the polls? Abolishing ICE has more support now than it ever has. And in multiple polls, for the first time, it enjoys popular support, and that more Americans support abolishing ICE than oppose abolishing ICE. Now, maybe that'll change, but I would say she's categorically, objectively wrong when she says that's not where the American people are. No, you have driven the American people there. You, as the propaganda arm of the Republican Party, and Donald Trump,
with the
have
polls.
put the American people, prime the American people to want to abolish ICE. That's on you.
It's been held in court that they have violated countless court orders, and the people they're going after are not, increasingly and proportionally, not just the person we can all agree needs to be deported and dealt with, somebody with a criminal record. But, when you see a 5-year-old kid in a Spider-Man backpack being treated, being incarcerated this way, when you see people who did...
Look at that emotional appeal. We love it. We love it. She's stunned. She can't say a word.
Follow the rules, follow the laws, did everything they're supposed to, and they are still getting arrested, mistakenly deported, having their rights violated. When you see this photo of an American woman opening the door to her home, and on her doorstep finds half a dozen agents, federal agents in tactical gear that is more tricked out than what I would take outside the wire when I was in Afghanistan. Again, on the door of an American porch, I think most people get that that is wrong. It is not making us safer. And, the border police should be dealing with the border. I don't know what border is in Minnesota.
Yeah, and I would know DHS is responsible.
Oh, there's no border in Minnesota. Wait a second. Is there a border in Minnesota? Let's just let's do a little fact check on our boy. Now listen. I just want to put this out there. Pete Buttigieg is my boy, all right? So I hate to do this. What's the image of like the guy crying as he's about to shoot? As he's about to shoot the thing. Okay, so we're just gonna do a quick little fact check. Let's just remind ourselves, what did Buttigieg say? Let's just remind ourselves what Buttigieg said. All right, let's just do a quick little fact check here.
The border police should be dealing with the border. I don't know what border is in Minnesota.
All right, let's just all right, now let's back up a bit. And this is what? I hated to do it. I hated it to do that. But it must be done. Is in Minnesota. Oh, what border is in Minnesota? Is that bad faith? Am I a joke to you? Oh, it's the baby. It's the baby with the gun. Play the video. All right, we'll let it play. What border's in Minnesota?
Making us safer. And, the border police should be dealing with the border. I don't know what border is in Minnesota.
Yeah, and I know DHS's response would
Well, I know
be
what
that...
border's in Minnesota. Let me correct myself.
Oh! Owned himself! Eviscerated himself! Oh, no! Minneapolis.
Not Minneapolis.
Okay, there we go. All right.
So again, he's still able to charm people as well, even when he has the occasional
Oh, that was charming. That was a brutal self-own.
slip up there. Now, I want to play this last clip here, okay? And as you're listening to this, so Pete Buttigieg does his thing, and then Kayleigh McEnany tries to get in the last word. And when she does, I want you to see the look on Buttigieg's face. It's hilarious.
Ask you about foreign policy. We've seen Maduro, who is now in custody here in New York City. He will be on trial. And I know initially you were critical of the operation President Trump conducted, but now, as we heard from Marco Rubio, 2,000 prisoners released. There have been pastors who have been released. Venezuela says all American citizens have been released. What's your response now with the benefit of hindsight, and what would you have done as commander-in-chief?
So the radius thing has to do with where I think there's authority for expedited removal. So hang on. The Democrats. Let me just see. Let me just see this real quick. Let me just make sure. Oh wait, no, it's 100 miles. I don't think it has anything to do with that though. Sorry. CBP. I don't know if that CBP's authorization is so limited. I'm pretty sure I just don't think we should assume that like CBP doesn't have legal authorization. I think what Pete is saying here is like a political point. Like, what's Border Patrol doing outside the border?
Have been released. What's your response now with the benefit of hindsight, and what would you have done as commander-in-chief?
Look, there's a lot of dictators around the world that I don't like. Maduro is one of them. That doesn't mean that the U.S. should use force to overthrow them one by one. Anytime we're talking about using force, and I say this as somebody who was sent into a war on the orders of an American president, the bar has to be higher. It has to be in the core security interest of this country, and there has to be no alternative. And I just don't see any evidence of that in the case of Venezuela. And, you know, the rationale that the administration gave was that this was about drug trafficking. But if we're really serious about that, you know, we have yet to hear an answer from the White House on why the President Trump, pardoned the president of
Owned. Look at, she's insanely stunned right now. She's never heard this before.
Honduras, the ex-president who was convicted in an American courtroom of bringing in, I think, 400, I can't even remember how many millions of tons of cocaine, of billions of individual doses of cocaine.
You can't remember.
Into the United States. How did this criminal get a pardon from President Trump? Did he contribute to the Ballroom Project? Did he buy some of that cryptocurrency and make the Trump family wealthy?
Wow, look at how she's owned right there.
Why are these many fraudsters getting those pardons?
Secretary.
And I think the pardon power, whether we're talking about the people who were convicted of beating up
Just keeps talking. Giga Chad.
cops on January 6th, or whether we're talking about the ex-president of Honduras, should be a much bigger story in this country.
So I want to stop right there because, again, she tries to get in the last word. Again, note that Fox News hosts tend to be belligerent with Democrats. They tend to interrupt. They tend to heckle. They try to disrupt the flow, especially as they're getting out their talking points or their answers. Pete Buttigieg can just steamroll basically any Fox News host without ever raising his voice. Very good points by the secretary.
Great
I
points.
want you to hear what Kayleigh McEnany tries to do to spin this and look at Pete's face.
Oh,
Secretary
no.
Buttigieg, I would note that Marco Rubio gave an explanation this week. The president felt that the Honduran president, former, I should note, was untreated fairly. But thank you for your viewpoint. We love having alternative viewpoints.
Oh, visibly dubious. Look at that dubious look. Holy shit. I wouldn't want this guy to be my dad's giving me that look.
Here, and we'll
Like a deer in headlights. Wait, is that over?
ask you about
The look on his face, like, really? Exactly. Remember,
Exactly.
the federal government under Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about drug trafficking, objectively so, because the Honduran ex-president was not just charged, but was convicted successfully on the same allegations. He was proven to have been, you know, a drug trafficking mastermind.
Sup, ho?
Donald Trump pardoned him. If you pardon him, you can't claim, at least in good faith, to care about drug trafficking. And it's not like he was 20 years into a life, like there was no...
Oh, really? So Biden doesn't care about tax crimes.
Trump had no evidence of, you know, of innocence. He had no evidence that the trial was incorrectly decided. He had no evidence, like, okay, this guy is serving out decades of his punishment, and so I'm just having mercy on him. No. That explanation doesn't rise to muster.
We love
he felt he was
Josiah.
treated unfairly. Okay, well, Kayleigh, how? Can Marco Rubio or Donald Trump substantiate how this guy was treated unfairly? Are you saying he was a victim, Kayleigh? Is Marco Rubio saying he was a victim? Is Trump saying he was a victim? The reason is clear. Donald Trump likes corrupt ex-presidents because he was a corrupt ex-president. He'll be a corrupt ex-president again on January 20th, 12:01 p.m., 2029. He empathizes with the former president of Honduras. So this isn't about principle, and Pete Buttigieg knows it. And note that Kayleigh McEnany had to slide that in right at the end before they cut to black. So listen, great interview by Pete Buttigieg.
Fantastic.
Just a masterful performance. I'm glad he's back on Fox News. I'm sure Fox...
Hell yeah. So what a great way to intro our stream by just taking a look at what our friend Josiah is doing over there at Pondering Politics. So go give his channel some love. Give it a like. Why don't you? It's all free. It's a funny little prank. But visibly terrified, Kayleigh McEnany. Any responses in the chat? You guys can give your all responses, whether or not you think this video was a 10 out of 10 from Josiah or just like a 9 out of 10. And we can, get Josiah to see if there's room to get that extra one to get it 10 out of 10, or if, nothing needed extra, just perfect as it is. But, seeing no dissent, we're going to do our legal stuff real quick so you guys can understand what happened with this Minnesota lawsuit that is like trending right now. And can you talk to Pete Pisco? If he deigned to talk to me, sure. 11 out of 10. Pete dominance is always a joy. 10. Lib slop. Yummy. The racist background brings it down to a 9. 9 out of 10 needs more dog. 8.5 out of 10. Worst one I've seen, to be honest, with Josiah's. Chill on it. Chill. Okay. Might be able to talk to Hutch tomorrow, but we'll do our legal stuff real quick so you can understand this viral order and why it's actually the right decision. No one can accuse us of being unfair. We are fair and balanced, as all things should be. And I think the judge got it right in this case. That's just me, though. That's just me. At least at this stage. So it's a very kind of interesting posture, this lawsuit. Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota, rather than, give us an update on the criminal cases against the people who murdered residents of the state, I mean, that's something that I want to see. I want to see that. They decide to file a civil lawsuit and they want to declare the Metro Surge. You're going to be seeing this a lot, right? Metro Surge. So when you think about the ICE activities in Minnesota, feel free to know the code name, Metro Surge, as a shorthand to reference what's happening there. That this is unlawful in some capacity. Unlawful. And they want an order. They asked first for a TRO. This was denied, but with additional briefing requested on a preliminary injunction. And they want Metro Surge to be stopped. They want it to be enjoined. Okay? So they go into court to request that. No, Hutch isn't dodging. He doesn't stream today. And I DM'd him instead of texted him yesterday, so he didn't get it until today. You guys chill. You guys just love to see drama. You love to stir the pot. It's all you tankies in my chat that are corrupting me and turning me against my brothers. You've allowed this dark lord to twist your mind until now. Anyway, that's what they requested. Suing Nome et al., right? DHS goons. These are all different kinds of goons. I think this is the guy at that church, David Easterwood. Let me just make sure about that. Yeah, so this guy is indeed the guy who is a pastor at the church in St. Paul. And then you have Greg Bavino, known anti-Semite. All right, imagine how canceled I would be, Hassan would be, Hutch would be, if we said something like this. And here I'm paraphrasing. No. Oh my God, he's not working today. God's chosen people, huh? Like that, right? Known anti-Semite. That's New York Times reporting. Actually, why don't I actually read New York Times Bavino? Let's look at this. Let's look at this reporting. This is New York Times. Headline is, Bavino is said to have mocked prosecutors' Jewish faith on call with lawyers. Greg Bavino, the Border Patrol field leader, made disparaging remarks in reference to the U.S. attorney in Minnesota, an Orthodox Jew, people with knowledge of the phone call said. A day before 6 career federal prosecutors resigned in protest over the Justice Department's handling of the killing of Renee Good in Minneapolis. Just a heads up. They're destroying the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota because of how corrupt they're being. And they're just for example, the component that's handling the case against Don Lemon aren't like the normal people. And it's all being overseen directly by Main Justice on that case specifically. Just a heads up. But that's, typical of this administration and this Justice Department. If you are responsible and if you have a duty to the Constitution above and beyond what the whims of the political people want you to do, you get fired. Lawyers in the office had a conversation with Gregory Bavino, the Border Patrol field leader, that left them deeply unsettled. According to several people with knowledge of the telephone conversation, which took place on January 12th, Mr. Bovino made derisive remarks, multiple, about the faith of the U.S. Attorney in Minnesota, Daniel Rosen. Mr. Rosen is an Orthodox Jew and observes Shabbat, a period of rest between Friday and Saturday nights that often includes refraining from using electronic devices. Mr. Bovino, who has been the face of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, used the term, quote, chosen people in a mocking way, according to the people with knowledge of the call. He also asked sarcastically whether Mr. Rosen understood that Orthodox Jewish criminals don't take weekends off, the people said. Mr. Bavino had requested the meeting with Mr. Rosen to press the Minnesota office to work more aggressively to seek criminal charges against people Mr. Bavino believed were unlawfully impeding the work of his immigration agents. Mr. Rosen delegated the call to a deputy. During the call, with a handful of prosecutors listening in, Mr. Bavino complained that Mr. Rosen had been unreachable for portions of the weekend because of Shabbat. Mr. Bavino's remarks followed his complaints about having difficulty reaching Mr. Rosen. Mr. Bavino's comments raised judgment concerns, but also a potential legal dilemma for government lawyers. Based on a 1972 Supreme Court decision known as Giglio, I think that's right, prosecutors have an obligation to disclose certain information to a defense that could call into question the integrity and character of a law enforcement officer who is involved in an arrest and called as a witness in a trial. So that's Greg Bavino, known anti-Semite. And obviously you have these other, head peoples of ICE. A lot of these are acting, and Noam, head honcho. And so the relief that they're requesting is to stop this deployment. And the theory is something like this, and we'll get into it. We're not going to read the whole opinion. I'm just going to get you to the meat and potatoes of it. The 10th Amendment, as well as the structure of the Constitution, you could call this implicit, and you can call this explicit, and they kind of point to the same thing. I'm of the opinion that the 10th Amendment, I'm not sure that it actually does anything new. But what do they get at? They basically suggest the following, or directly, that the federal government is a government of limited powers. And that all the power that the federal government has is a result of what the Constitution provides, and additional ways that they can increase their power are through mechanisms which the Constitution provides. But anything that's not contained in the Constitution, it's a power they don't have. That's why the 10th Amendment reads, all powers not delegated, right? Let me actually read directly for the 10th Amendment. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Now, this is almost, like I say, a function of just reading the Constitution itself and seeing that it provides for powers at all. The fact that they're listing out powers kind of implies, or I would say directly implies, that there isn't like this residual power that the federal government has, that it's a limited power, unlike states, which have what's known as a general police power, general legislative authority. That the fact that they're listing out the different authorities of each branch suggests that, and as well the 10th Amendment explicitly says that if the government does not have the power by virtue, that is the federal government of the Constitution, and so long as there's also provisions that don't prohibit the powers being given to the states, which some provisions do, that the states have those powers or the people have those powers. But the feds don't have the residual power. Okay? What does that mean? That means if Congress tries to legislate in an area where they haven't been granted that authority, then it's of no effect. They don't have the power, and therefore they can't do it. The principle maybe is a little bit broader than that. It recognizes that states and the federal government are separate sovereigns, which have different authorities and can do different things, and you can't intrude on their authorities. That's another way you could formulate it. Case law has developed throughout the 20th century about what are the limits here. I mean, what does this mean? Okay, fine. You can sue the government if they do something that's illegal. That is assumed. Okay. And if they lack authority, you can sue them, hopefully, right? Provided there's a separate cause of action, which is a different question, right? Whether something, and people will always confuse this, and I don't want you to confuse this. Whether something is illegal is not the same as whether something is criminal, and is not the same as whether you have the right to sue over it. They're different things. One thing you might have noticed in my conversation with counterpoints is that these are always used interchangeably. Well, I don't think that they would be successful in a suit, right? And that's also different than whether or not you'll be successful in any kind of like thing. You'll very often see these things being conflated. It's not illegal. Where are the charges? Where is the crime that makes this illegal? Where does it say he's allowed to sue? Like, those things are different. It's actually possible for something to be illegal, and there's actually no authority for the court to hear a case, or any court to hear the case. You can imagine a use of executive authority which is illegal, but over which Congress can't legislate, and over which no court has authority to hear the case. The concept of legality just means cohering with a law. And whether something is a crime is just whether it's construed as a crime in the law for which criminal penalties are applicable. Different than whether it coheres with the law generally. Whether you have a right to sue is obviously different. It just means whether you can go to court for this and sue these people for that. And Connor, I think, plays fast and loose with these. And he's not the only one. But we have this case law. All right, you can hopefully sue when Congress is doing something illegal outside of their authority. But what about this whole notion of like fucking with the state's powers? When does the federal government go too far? When is it the case that they're not allowed to be in a sphere of state authority? When does that happen? And how do we know? And as we'll see in this opinion, and this is something you'll learn, for example, in constitutional law, if you take a constitutional law class, maybe less so in Fed courts. There's been attempts by Congress to do the following things. For example, Congress has said states have to regulate. Right? Imagine Congress passed a law that says each state must regulate X, Y, and Z according to these principles. Congress has said states must provide resources to help our federal law enforcement purposes. Congress has said things like, if you want to have access to these funds, you need to make it that driving that driving drunk is a crime or something like that, right? There have been ways in which Congress has tried to force states to do things through different mechanisms, either through directly telling them to do something, trying to use their resources to do something, or trying to like coerce them, trying to use either carrots or sticks to get them to do stuff, you know? And the question is, when is that okay? When is it not okay? And the Supreme Court has given us some guidance on that. And so you'll watch, the opinion starts by reciting what's happening. The court goes through pains to say, hey, we're not deciding a bunch of stuff. We're not saying this is like smart. We're not saying that the specific things are okay. We're only deciding this preliminary injunction. And I'm going to tell you why I think this is a correct decision. But first, let's go to the kind of, I just mentioned some of the theoretical legal principles here. Let's just go to the citations for them. And I remember these cases making some sense to me in law school. And I use this whenever I talk about, quote, sanctuary cities. And the difference between this versus like the civil rights orders by the Supreme Court, right? I talked about this with Crystal and Kyle. Why are sanctuary cities allowed? Why are states not forced to comply with federal law enforcement when it comes to immigration, but they are forced to comply when it comes to Brown v. Board? Excuse me 1 second. Just 1 second. Okay. Because there's a difference. And so this framework might help you whenever you're having a conversation about, well, how come these states can do this? This is so illegal. No, it's actually really, really important that they be allowed to do this. Whether or not it's a good policy, that's up for you guys to decide. But it's important to our structure that they be allowed to do it. Okay? So the court goes through background of the facts here, defendant's perspective, plaintiff's perspective, and the differences here is like the defendants are like the government, and they're saying, well, we have to do this. This is just federal law enforcement, and we're not trying to manipulate the state conduct. We're just having to respond to like particular need in the state, and they're making our lives harder. Whereas how the plaintiffs do it is this is rampant unlawfulness. You're stopping people on the basis of pretext for race and ethnicity. You're causing widespread harm. You're doing illegal killings. You're throwing canisters of chemical irritants for no good reason. You're not showing who you are. Read the footnotes sometimes. There's a fight over terminology as well. Look at this one, for example. And it's important to, I don't have a problem with this either. Defendants have generally referred to plaintiffs' laws, ordinances, and policies that restrict cooperation with federal immigration enforcement as, quote, sanctuary, which in turn leads plaintiffs being called sanctuary jurisdictions. Plaintiffs have generally referred to the same cooperation limiting measures as separation laws or policies. The court takes no side in the debate, underlying this difference in terminology, but uses the term sanctuary because it seems well understood in common usage. So every part of this is contested in terms of the framing of it, including even the terminology. But these allegations are exactly what I sort of described. 10th Amendment, infringement on plaintiffs' police power. And don't think, again, when you see police power, this is not a reference to like the power of the police. It's a term of art to refer to their general authorities to govern things. So unlawful coercion and commandeering, important word, commandeering. And then there's this equal sovereignty argument, which we'll get into as well. I think it's less developed and less convincing. However, in moving for a TRO, so there's other claims at issue here, but for the TRO, for the injunctive relief that they're seeking, they're only bringing up these 10th Amendment claims of here and the equal sovereignty claims. With respect to the 10th Amendment claims, plaintiffs focus their arguments on how Operation Metro Search has caused them to divert significant financial and other resources away from other pressing matters. And so the argument goes like this. By doing Operation Metro Surge, you are infringing on our state sovereignty because you're causing us to divert our resources in ways that we don't want to. And you're basically doing so to coerce us into adopting your policies and cooperating with you in a way that's repugnant. And I think it's really nice to see the court consider the major cases here. So let's look at them. The Constitution establishes a system of federalism where there is a dual sovereignty between the states and federal government. Prince versus United States. Very important case here. and also this New York versus United States case. That system of dual sovereignty operates to secure to citizens the liberties that derive from the diffusion of sovereign power. Power is diffused. And why does this operate this way? To secure our liberties. That having a dual system secures our liberties. And who can deny that now in the given context? Like, you see Gavin Newsom, you see state actors that are able to better secure our freedoms because they have their own operative spheres of authority. Now, there's a supremacy clause of Article 6, I think that's right, of the Constitution. Let me just make sure that's right. Holy crap, imagine if that's wrong. Imagine if that's wrong. Yeah, Article 6, this Constitution, yep. That says that federal law is supreme, but that doesn't disprove the point that there's dual spheres of sovereignty. The Constitution grants certain enumerated powers to the federal government and implicitly leaves a residuary and inviolable sovereignty to the states. That's the implicit part of it. So there's an implicit part, and then there's also an explicit, express part. The 10th Amendment makes this implicit express when it states the powers not delegated are reserved to the states or the people. Over the years, the Supreme Court has addressed in various contexts whether the exercise of federal power threatens to overstep and infringe on the states. In relevant part, the Supreme Court has recognized that the 10th Amendment embodies an anti-commandeering principle, citing New York, Prince, and Murphy versus National College Athletic Association. However, the principle did not emerge in Supreme Court cases until relatively recently, when Congress attempted in a few isolated instances to extend its authority in unprecedented ways. The Supreme Court's first experience with federal commandeering did not occur until the 1970s, when the EPA passed regs requiring states to take various steps to regulate auto emissions. So the EPA passes regulations, executive regulations, and says, you states, you need to regulate auto emissions. Discussing EPA v. Brown. And although the Brown case was dismissed before the Supreme Court issued an opinion, its later opinions made clear that the federal government may not compel the states to implement, by legislative or executive action, federal regulatory programs. The federal government can run afoul of the anti-commandeering principle in several ways. For instance, the 10th Amendment is violated when the federal government attempts to compel states to enact or administer a federal regulatory program. And this is the New York case, invalidating a federal statute requiring states to either adopt federal instructions for handling low-level radioactive waste or to accept the waste, which amounted to a choice between two unconstitutionally coercive regulatory techniques. So saying, you states, you need to either adopt our standards or you need to accept the waste, this is compelling state compliance with federal programs. The federal government also cannot command the state officers or their political subdivisions to administer or enforce a federal regulatory program. So you can't force the states to adopt a federal regulatory program, and you can't force the actors to administer a federal regulatory program. So this is the basis of the legality of the sanctuary city policy. In that, all this is saying is we choose not to cooperate with federal regulations to which we are not bound. You can't commandeer us, and you can't command us to enforce immigration law. That's where these principles emerge from. Because federal laws conscripting state officers violate state sovereignty and are not in accord with the Constitution. That's different than, for example, a federal court saying that states are obliged to follow federal law. A self-standing obligation for the state. For example, in the case of Brown v. Board, the Constitution is not just binding on the federal government, it's also binding on the state. And the state is bound to enforce the Constitution. They can't not do that. Therefore, the difference is whether the obligation runs to the state or whether the obligation is merely a matter of federal prerogative, which doesn't run to the state. Does that make sense? Yeah, a lot of MAGA should read this, even though Trump wins, right? Like, there's principles here that are important. Finding that a federal statute in the Prince decision violated dual sovereignty when it required state law enforcement officers to perform background checks on handgun purchasers in furtherance of federal law. So you can't force our state actors to do your gun regulation policy. You can't do that. Most recently, the Supreme Court held that a federal statute prohibiting state authorization of sports gambling violated anti-commandeering doctrine because it instructed state legislatures on what they could or could not do. Right? So they pass a law. They're like, we'll be clever. We're going to get around this state gambling stuff. We'll just make it illegal for states to authorize it. Very clever, right? No, not clever. So says the court. It says, you can't tell us what to do. Reminds me of It's Always Sunny. You can't tell me what to do. You can make it illegal for sports gambling, let's say, but you can't tell us that states have to make it illegal. And think about the policy reasons. The policy reasons for why this might be the case. There's a democracy reason implicit here as well. Well, the states, in addition to this being the setup where there's dual spheres of sovereignty, if it were not the case, then state actors would be, who are accountable to their locals, they'd be getting blamed for all the decisions that the federal government is taking. And so there's a disunity between what they're voting for their state officials to do and what the state officers have to do vis-a-vis the federal government. And blame that should be held to the federal government from a policy perspective, from a democracy accountability perspective, might be like sort of unjustly applied to the states, who are bound to follow what the president is saying. And in that respect, having like unnecessary or unwanted diffusion of responsibility. The constitutional prohibition on the federal government requiring the states to regulate applies equally when the government directly commands a state to regulate or indirectly coerces. This is what the big question is here. To adopt the federal regulatory system as its own. This is the Sebelius decision. Do you guys know what the coercion issue was here? So this wasn't about the individual mandate. This was about Medicaid expansion. Medicaid expansion. So one of the things that the Affordable Care Act did, in addition to the individual mandate, in addition to the exchanges, right, the health insurance exchanges that you guys know about, is they expanded Medicaid. And I believe what they tried to do was to say, you can either accept the Medicaid expansion or you lose all your Medicaid funding after a certain amount of time. And believe it or not, there were Republican states that rejected additional funds for Medicaid expansion. And I think that still do. Let's see. Do states still reject Medicaid expansion? As of early 2026, 10 states, primarily in the South and Midwest, still have not adopted the ACA Medicaid expansion. Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Kansas, Mississippi, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. So, yeah. Initially, the decision was, okay, you better accept this, otherwise you'll lose all of it. And states were like, nah, we don't want this additional help. Because they felt that it either was bad for policy reasons or they disagreed with Obama and they thought Affordable Care Act needs to go. This is all illegitimate. You understand? And the Supreme Court said, yeah, you can't do this. You can't force, it's too coercive, right? You're trying to coerce the states to adopt a Medicaid expansion by giving such a drastic choice. Either accept Obamacare expansion, Medicaid expansion, or lose all Medicaid is coercing state actors indirectly. you're not forcing them to do Medicaid expansion, but the choice you're giving them is insanely coercive, so says the Supreme Court. Now, query whether or not you think that makes any sense, because presumably the government, if it wanted to, could just get rid of all Medicaid, right? This is the kind of... No one denies that Congress, if it wanted to, could, one, repeal Medicaid on day one. We'll call that day one, right? Day one. And then on day 9, Pepe, on day 9, reinstitute Medicaid with an expansion. And so no one denies that the government, if it wanted to, could do this. Get rid of Medicaid, wait a day, wait some days, and then reinstitute Medicaid with an expansion. But what the court says what you can't do is on day 1 say, if you don't institute Medicaid expansion, for you it's repealed. Now, maybe that makes intuitive sense in you. It's like, it's not about the result, it's about how you get the result. And so I don't even deny that that would be a distinction, and potentially one with a difference. But just understand the mode of analysis here. The mode of analysis is not that, well, the federal government couldn't, if it wanted to, get this result. It's how you go about getting the result is relevant to whether or not you're violating the anti-commandeering principles. That make sense? Why would they turn down funding? I think I just explained that, right? Because they disagree with the expansion for policy reasons, and they wanted to say, like, repeal or replace Obamacare. They didn't want to accept the responsibility, etc. Even when the federal government purports to offer state governments a choice, it may cross the line distinguishing encouragement from coercion. But see South Dakota versus Dole, finding that conditioning receipt of federal funds amounting to 5% of a highway budget on raising drinking age to 21, that was it, not drunk driving, on raising drinking age to 21 was offering relatively mild encouragement to the state and was not so coercive as to past the point in which the pressure turns into compulsion. Interesting. So now we have a kind of like line drawing, like the classic Rob Knorr sorties paradox. You're allowed to condition your entire highway budget, 5% of your highway budget, but all the federal funds for your highway budget on you raising the drinking age to 21. And this is how there was a group called, I think, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, MAD. Is that true? Someone help me. Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Yeah, MAD. It's still around, I think. I think it's still around. MAD. Yep, MAD. You mad? You must be mad. They lobbied hard, and how they were able to get the drinking age raised was to do this. All right, raise it to 21 or we'll repeal your funding for highway budget. While defendants argue in their supplemental memorandum that NFIB, this is the Medicaid case, Obamacare, and Dole are not strictly 10th Amendment cases, the court finds these cases instructive regarding overall structural limits upon federal power, as they consider what the federal government can permissibly impose upon sovereign states. So we have this kind of, all right, there's a line of impermissive coercion. And we know that like Medicaid is too much, right? Losing all your Medicaid funding would be disastrous for states. And so that's like impermissibly coercive, but it's a small thing. This 5% for highway, but it's all your federal funds, right? All federal funds. That's relatively mild. You can encourage, you can't coerce. Medicaid, coercive. All your highway funds, not coercive, but all your Medicaid, coercive. Some of you are starting to see the problem. I'm guessing you're starting to see the problem. What is a court to do? And especially how it presents itself in this case is unique, as we'll see. Against this backdrop, the court considers plaintiffs' assertion that this surge violates anti-commandeering principles. Plaintiffs essentially raise two theories. First, the resources theory, where plaintiffs contend that the operation violates anti-commandeering doctrine and infringes on plaintiffs' police powers. Again, term of art, police powers. By requiring plaintiffs to expend significant state and local resources to address the harmful effects of the surge. So the first is, well, you are essentially commandeering our state resources by causing so much disaster that we're forced to address all the shit that you're causing. Spoiler alert, the court is less convinced by this. The second theory, which the court refers to as the improper influence theory, is advanced clearly in the reply. Under this theory, plaintiffs assert that defendants are carrying out the surge to coerce plaintiffs through force into abandoning policies that they have a right to adopt. So this is the coercion theory, right? We're not saying that you're violating the anti-commandeering principle by directly regulating us or giving us like an impermissibly coercive choice with respect to legislation or anything like executive regulation. But you are giving us an impermissibly coercive choice in suggesting that you'll stop this heightened executive action in exchange for getting rid of sanctuary city laws, among other things. So the choice isn't so much funding, isn't so much direct regulation. It's, well, we are going to be in your state, and if you want us to stop doing what we're doing, you better adopt the policies, right? They couldn't do this if they were going to say, like, we're going to condition your Medicaid funds on not being a sanctuary city, right? They couldn't do that. Query whether they could do this with the highway budget thing, right? Could they say, if you have a sanctuary city, we will get rid of your highway budget? I'm actually not sure how the court would rule on that. Like, imagine it's just something so untailored, right? There's some relationship, right, between the age of drinking and highway, but it's like, it's not a necessary connection. There are plenty of people who don't drink and drive. So if I had to bet, my guess is that Congress could do that, right? Condition funding of highway budget on non-sanctuary cities as a way to coerce. What about conditioning withdrawal and turnover of the voter rolls, right? Similar things, similar questions. And so the difficulty is like, well, it doesn't seem to be like a topic related. Maybe it is, but we haven't had a very eloquent elaboration on what the principles are. Regarding what to look for anti-commandeering. The best we kind of have is big money, like, right? And I grant you, right? Medicaid is big. Line go up, and small money is okay, right? For the highway budget. But in terms of the rationale, like, even grant that it's an improper influence, why does that get into anti-commandeering? And so you're starting to see perhaps why I would be okay rejecting this preliminary injunction. Because the standard for a PI is that they are going to meet their burden on likelihood to succeed on the merits. And it seems pretty unclear that they will be able to do that. Because, like, how do we know? Point in defendants' own statements, plaintiffs argue that this is not a legitimate exercise of federal law enforcement power, but a campaign of pressure to force plaintiffs to yield and abandon sanctuary policies. Though plaintiffs' position is not without merit, for several reasons the court finds the plaintiffs have not shown the likelihood of success required for a PI on either theory. First, entry of a PI would require the court to conclude that there is a fair chance that the Supreme Court's limited 10th Amendment anti-commandeering precedent bars federal government action in the unprecedented situation present in this case. I take issue with one part of this opinion, which is I don't think that novelty alone is enough here. But I don't think that they're just relying on novelty alone. But I do think that, like, a lot of cases will present novel situations. Maybe the thought process is, well, if it's novel, a novel legal theory, we should want to have it be adjudicated in the normal course and not through PIs and stuff, where we're having to make affirmative assessments that they're likely to succeed. So maybe that's and on that ground, I think it's more defensible. What are you saying? You're saying you don't want to address the core stuff? If you want to debate the core stuff, you can come on and talk about it. I have a principled position on the core stuff. I'm sure that you would get wrecked in a fucking debate with me on it, and the door's fucking open, dipshit. If you want to talk about the core stuff at a time when I'm not talking about something completely different, you can come on and we can talk about the core stuff, and you'll get annihilated. Dark money, dark money, dark money. 1 IQ. Dark money. All this dark money, dark money. That's your fucking argument, dipshit? If you want to talk about chorus when we're talking about chorus, or when I'm doing call-ins, you can do that. But you want me to stop my stream about this shit that's happening right now to talk about chorus. You don't want to hear it, Nazir. So I have to cater my stream to what the fuck you want to talk about. When I have call-ins, when you can come in and discuss chorus. Fucking idiots. You want to schedule it? We can schedule it. We can put it on the schedule. You think I'm running from fucking chorus conversations? Sorry, fucking triggers. Of course, this order only considers the 10th Amendment and equal sovereignty implications. They're not talking about other things that could happen. And that's important also to see all of the... You've been running for 2 weeks, pussy? What do you mean? Do you understand that I brought up the chorus thing in the Vanguard conversation? Do you understand I brought the chorus example up? And that was less than 2 weeks ago? Who has been talking about chorus? I brought that up in my conversation with the Vanguard. We've been talking about Trump stuff. We've been talking about whatever. The most recent shit on chorus was the debate I had, I think, with like Aaron on it months ago. All right, I'm not gonna go. If you want to talk about it, I'm not running from shit. You can join on one of the fucking call-in times, and we'll talk about chorus. I've laid out my criticism of the creators. I think that they should have disclosed. I've said that, but in principle, I don't have a problem with the actions at all. And I love it too. Like, I'm afraid to defend my position on chorus. We're talking about Trump shit. We're talking about deployments, legal stuff. And you're like, oh my God, you're so scared. So scared. I can't talk about it. Dipshits. All right. So understand what this opinion is and what it's not. It's not ruling on like the legality of underlying stuff that's happening or that might happen. It's not ruling on deployment of National Guard, not ruling on deployment of military stuff. So it's limited in that sense. Okay. To be clear, the court does not suggest the anti-commandeering principle is categorically inapplicable to actions taken by the executive branch. And this is important too, that the anti-commandeering doctrine relates to federal government actions, infringement as the federal government on state police authorities, on state sovereignty. That's the issue. Not just when legislation is passed. Indeed, that's what happened in the Prince decision with regard to its observations regarding the EPA regs. Right? EPA regs are executive in nature, not congressional. At the same time, the Supreme Court cases on which plaintiffs principally rely on concern statutes that either conscripted state law enforcement officers into federal service or directly compelled state enactment or enforcement of federal regulatory programs, or directly limited what they could do or not do. So here, the word of the day is direct. The word of the day is direct. That in these various different decisions on anti-commandeering, it's direct legislation telling you, you must regulate. It's direct legislation saying you must help us with law enforcement. It's direct legislation saying you can't pass this for yourself. Insofar as a plaintiff's 10th Amendment claims do not challenge the constitutionality of any federal statute, and here, right, the court is saying that what we have access to right now is case law on federal statutes. And they were challenging the constitutionality of the statutes. Talked about it with the Vanguard. Talked about it this week watching Breaking Points. Talked about it on Lib and Learn. Talked about it around World War Debate when discussing how that was also funded by dark money. I know you're wrong on this, but you're going to do what's best. So, if you recall, I actually went to World War Debate and I actually disclosed that I was paid to go to World War Debate. Last minute, a 3-day trip. Prepare a debate against a lawyer on a stage. I got an honorarium. I disclosed that. That's number one. I brought it up on the Vanguard. So this is all to show the point that you're trying to make that I'm dodging it. I brought it up on the Vanguard. I brought it up in the context of World War Debate. I don't know that I brought it up in the... so we just watched the Breaking Point stuff where I was responding to the chorus allegations there. I'm offering my opinion on it. No one's debating me. I'm just like reviewing this video and finding that it fails to contradict certain claims about chorus, which they did, right? Because the claim that Kyle was making in that context wasn't contradicted by what the video was doing. This is all my analysis. It's me being consistent. It's me analyzing failures in a video. And none of it goes to show that I'm embarrassed, that I'm scared of this argument, that I'm not willing to address it, that I wouldn't be prepared at this moment to schedule a debate with you specifically on it. It's all me bringing it up. It's all me analyzing it in context in which the other side's arguments are dog shit and or not applicable and or I'm trying to push on it. Why would that show a reluctance? It's the exact opposite of what you're suggesting. Insofar as plaintiff's 10th Amendment claims do not challenge the constitution of any federal statute. So the court is going out of its way to suggest that the Supreme Court precedent on point that we would directly look to are statutes in nature, statutory in nature, and that this is unprecedented. I agree with that. Defendant's challenge conduct does not fit neatly into the clearly defined prohibitions. Instead, plaintiffs ask the court to extend existing precedent to a new context where its application is less direct. Remember, the word of the day is direct. The word of the day is direct. Namely, to an unprecedented appointment of armed federal immigration officers to aggressively enforce immigration statutes. And this is the issue, right? So we have dealt with direct regulation of state conduct. We've dealt with direct commandeering in terms of requiring by law the conduct of state officers to comply with a federal program. We've dealt with regs that try to limit what states are allowed to do. We haven't dealt with the coercive nature of a deployment of armed federal officers, such like this, right? None of the cases on which they rely have even come close. While the novelty of the plaintiff's claims is not necessarily, and this is a good point, and it's kind of what I forgot they said that, so no more criticism on that front. I actually think it's completely true. Preclude their ultimate success in the merits, it weighs against the propriety of a preliminary injunctive relief. That's perfect. Okay, so I retract my criticism there. It's not a criticism. They acknowledge that. Great. Second, although the court finds plaintiff's improper influence theory to be the stronger of the theories, the inferences to be drawn regarding the allegedly coercive purpose are not as one-sided as plaintiffs suggest. I also agree with this. Plaintiffs argue that defendants are carrying out Operation Metro Search in brazenly lawless ways, specifically to coerce plaintiffs into modifying or repealing their sanctuary laws and ordinances, and otherwise cooperate with the executive, thereby commandeering plaintiffs' legislative process. That's like the typical, and I think that we can agree that's one of the purposes. It's officially stated, like it's one of their purposes. Plaintiffs certainly have put forth evidence to support this theory, including AG's letter to Governor Walz. We all saw that, right? That's one of the lists of demands. Which states as much, and other statements by defendants and other executive branch officials. And plaintiff's theory finds additional support in more recent statements by executive officials. For example, Tom Homan said, quote, and this is a press conference from AP, the withdrawal of law enforcement resources here is dependent on cooperation. Several courts have already determined that the federal government cannot coerce sanctuary jurisdictions into changing their laws or carrying out executive branch immigration processes. And we have tons of case law here. However, one of the more important case law, I think this case is called Arizona v. United States. I think that's one of the more... Yeah. This was I think it's a 5-4 decision. Yeah. Or it's concurrence/dissent by Scalia, Thomas, and Alito. We should look at that opinion at some point. That opinion is an important one. It's one I always cite. I'm scared because it would be horrible, I think, if they overturned it. Because then what is going to happen is states are just going to start enforcing immigration law by like making it a crime to be undocumented or without legal status in a given place or something like that. And then it's like, well, hold on, states can enforce immigration law like that directly. I'm not convinced that is good. How would that even like fucking work? The states get to determine whether someone is here legally or not. States make the determination, or a state's going to have to ask the federal government to weigh in. It's a fucking mess. However, there's also support that cuts the other way, the other way on the motivation front. So this is about the purpose. So the court is not saying plaintiffs are wrong here. They're saying there's evidence that suggests it's not clear what the motivation is, or that there's multiple motivations. Before its outset, several executive branch officials emphasized that Operation Metro Surge was a necessary response to allegations of widespread fraud in Minnesota against government programs. So this is the Nick Shirley theory. The Nick Shirley theory. Defendants have introduced evidence that the operation was also launched to increase arrests of non-citizens with criminal convictions in Minnesota and Twin Cities, an effort they claim has been hindered by plaintiffs' refusal to assist with federal immigration enforcement efforts. And this is the line that people are using here. And I don't want you to be triggered by it. Okay? Because there is some logic to it. Okay? And so even if you agree with the sanctuary policies, there is some logic to it. This statement. Based on the record before the court, a fact finder could reasonably credit that plaintiff's sanctuary policies require a greater presence of federal agents to achieve the federal government's immigration enforcement objectives than in a jurisdiction that actively assists ICE. Generally, the executive branch has discretion to enforce a law so long as they're complying with the Constitution and other applicable laws. They're allowed to make the decisions about where it makes sense to put resources in. And how can you say that cooperation with state officials isn't a relevant part of that analysis? Like, if you don't help us, we're going to have to deploy more federal resources to a given area. You might be triggered by, and I am triggered by the ICE deployment stuff, but that logic, that's clean logic. You understand? And the people who are claiming the relief of these sanctuary policies can't really say, well, there's no basis to come here more. Well, if you're not cooperating as much with federal officials, there's a decent, reasonable answer, which is that means we're going to have to dedicate more resources to your place. And so you just need to accept the cleanness of that logic. What you should take issue with are the constitutional violations, the deployment as a policy ground. What you shouldn't say is there isn't a facially neutral, by which we mean not discriminatory, not anti-commandeering purpose, in the mere fact that there's a larger deployment to places which are like sanctuary jurisdictions. That's a slight nuance that I want to just impart on you, is don't get triggered by this. It's not deciding it. It's saying that a fact finder could reasonably credit that the greater presence is necessary in the context of sanctuary jurisdictions. And it's true. That doesn't mean that you support the deployment. That doesn't mean it's not anti-commandeering for other reasons, but it is a true statement, I think. Examples of lack of cooperation. Like, there are some jurisdictions that will automatically, they'll like ask about legal status, and then they'll give over the records of the people who have done certain qualifying crimes that make you inadmissible or deportable, and they'll send that information right away to DHS. But some places don't do that. So places where they don't do that, we're going to have to expend more resources to find those people, which is like logical. And so I wouldn't want you to attack that logic. I would want you to attack the tactics, the strategy itself from a policy perspective, and the constitutional violations themselves, but not that logic itself. Now, this logic is relevant to a constitutional analysis of the 10th Amendment, surely, and anti-commandeering. But it just like, this is a basis under which you're going to have to say, well, is this the actual motivation? Is this what's actually going on here? And think about the kind of evidence you would try to marshal in an argument about this. Well, yeah, maybe some additional deployment, but not additional deployment where, like, of the kind we're seeing here, when we have relatively low levels of XYZ, when in general, like, the state, even though they're unwilling to give this information, you know, we're not talking about patrols here, right? Like, you guys are just, instead of like inquiring into that stuff, you're just doing random patrols. It's not really tailored to the lack of enforcement, whatever, that, you know, the lack of information, that combined with the requests that are being made in the letter to Walz and other reasons, we think that there's an overriding anti-commandeering motivation, or sorry, commandeering motivation for the government. Those are the kinds of things you might want to bring up to rebut this facially, I think, reasonable argument. Question though, since sanctuary states are state rights, does that negate the idea that additional deployment is warranted? No, right? The sanctuary, I don't even know if there are any sanctuary states. I'm not sure about that. But just because, even if you were a sanctuary state, it doesn't mean that additional deployment is not warranted. If anything, it would be like, well, if I want to enforce immigration law here, I'm going to have to be there more. Similar thing if it were like law enforcement. Let's say that there was a policy against, it was like a sanctuary federal crimes place, right? I know immigration laws are not crimes, and be aware of that. There are some crimes that relate to immigration, but just immigration authorities aren't criminal in and of themselves. There are some, again, bases for inadmissibility and deportability that are premised on criminality. There are some crimes that relate to immigration, fraud, crossing the border illegally at a place not authorized, that are in fact crimes, but immigration itself is not criminal in nature, unless you add those factors into it. But let's suppose that there was a jurisdiction that says, we don't cooperate with federal law enforcement in enforcement of federal crimes. You just have to take it from a place where you don't have that policy bias already. If that were to occur, well, obviously, right? Let's say Biden is like, they're not cooperating on Jan 6 investigations. Biden's going to have to deploy more resources in those places. It's like sanctuary from Biden jurisdiction. Well, no, just the sanctuary aspect of it is going to relate to the motivations to deploy more resources there. The Trust Act makes it a sanctuary state by some definition. Okay, maybe there are. And again, a lot of this is what constitutes sanctuary, right? It's kind of a similar thing with like pro-choice and pro-life. Because I'm a pro-choice person who believes that there should be some restriction on abortion at a given week with exceptions, right? That's my view. But I still consider myself pro-choice. There could be some views that say, wait, hey, we give information to immigration in these circumstances, but not in like this circumstance. So there's like some tension here about where are the limits. Because there's evidence supporting both sides' argument as to motivation and the relative merits, the court is reluctant to find the likelihood of success factor weighs sufficiently in granting preliminary injunction. The court is particularly, this is maybe the most like scary thing, this footnote when I read it. The court is particularly reluctant to take a side in the debate about the purpose behind Operation Metro Surge. Not only is it difficult to identify a single motivation for a significant multifaceted operation, but doing so would venture into a uniquely controversial political question. This is scary, and this I want to be clear about, that I'm a little tentative about it. The court is suggesting that there perhaps, because the question of whether or not what the motivation is politically fraught, that this would be venturing into a quote-unquote political question. I'm not sure that I agree with this. The court has to assess motivation. That's its duty. And the political question doctrine doesn't relate to questions that are politically fraught. It's about when certain things are reserved to the states, to the political branches of government, or when there's no test, there's no articulable standards or judicially manageable standards to take jurisdiction or to take a look at the question from a judicial perspective. That's different from going into a multifaceted operation regarding a controversial political issue, right? So understand the difference. The political question doctrine has to do with which powers / authorities are given to the political branches and which questions are fit for judicial standards. It's not about which issues are politically where there's a tension politically, right? Those are different things. And I think that this is a danger. I'm not sure if she would recognize that she's doing this, but as I read it, it's kind of conflating the two. Because, of course, courts all the time determine motivation behind legislation for purposes of examining whether there's a racial discriminatory law. They have to get into this question. And it will always be the argument, well, you can't identify a single purpose. You can't identify this, that we wanted to do this. And you're going to have to bring evidence and make a determination. Courts are unfortunately required, as a means of testing the constitutionality of given policies, to, at times, look into motivations behind certain enactments or certain executive policies. That makes sense? And courts are, unfortunately, having to take a side in that debate, not from a political perspective, but from a legal perspective. And that's something that courts are equipped to do. And they do in the context of religious discrimination, in the context of, for example, the FACE Act. In the FACE Act violations, they're going to have to determine whether the defendants, like a jury perhaps, but subject to judicial oversight, whether the defendants in fact had that intent to obstruct the religious expression, the freedom. And the court's going to be there to resolve it. And there could be multifaceted purposes behind why they're doing the protest in the church. Well, maybe we kind of wanted to fuck with their First Amendment expression, but we also wanted to bring attention to this issue. We want to do this, we want to do that. So courts have to decide those questions. So this is what scares me, is just because something is contested in politics doesn't make it a political question such that courts don't have the power or don't have the competency to resolve it. I understand political question doctrine to be more about where the power is vested in the political branches and whether the courts are well positioned to resolve these kinds of things. And I think in terms of motivation, courts will often do that. What courts are not equipped, where this could be, where it could rear its head, is the court is not well positioned to say what level of enforcement is appropriate. There, I would say, well, how am I going to fucking manage that? If you're a judge, how do you decide, well, this is the proper amount of enforcement of immigration law in this place? That seems like a political question. Like it or not, Trump won the election. I think that he's illegally in office. I don't really think he's the real president. I think he's acting as the de facto president. But he did win the election. And are we saying that we don't give to the political branches the power to determine enforcement level, subject to the judicial oversight, right? But I don't think a court is well positioned to say, in general, this is the appropriate level of enforcement. That's why we have a democracy. Can you give an example of a political question the courts wouldn't take on? Yeah. So I just gave one, right? The question of like general what enforcement should be. Another thing which I think represents a political question would be whether or not something is an impeachable offense. The Constitution clearly delegates that to the political branches, or at least a couple political branches. House of Representatives, Senate. Clear political question. The question about whether or not to declare war, a state of war, an official state of war. Now that's separate from other questions. I don't want you to confuse me. So if there are questions about that, let me know. But like, Congress determines whether a state of war exists, and the courts don't get to substitute their judgment for the political branches in that case. Why haven't the courts taken up the question of the clear and obvious violations of the Fourth Amendment? They have. Some have. One of the problems that you'll find, Sir Vance, and it's a great question, is just because there's violations doesn't mean that there's a remedy. Okay, they violated your rights. What's the remedy? In the context of state action, perhaps, there's these Section 1983 suits. I think it's 42 USC 1983. Someone tell me is it 28 or 42? Let me just check. It might be 28. Fuck. 1983. 1 second. No, it's 42. I was right. Cool. So in 42 U.S. 1983, you're allowed to sue state actors for violations, for civil damages, for violations of certain rights, including Fourth Amendment, right? For federal, there sometimes is not clear remedies. There's what's called a Bivens action. That's kind of like an implied right to sue. This has been severely restricted by the Supreme Court. And they have signaled they are not going to expand that. In the ordinary course, one of the main remedies for the Fourth Amendment violations is the exclusionary rule, where in the course of like a proceeding, you're able to exclude the evidence, or you're able to remove, you're able to protect yourself in the context of action that the government takes against you, perhaps. But it's not clear that there's a remedy for every one of these violations. They're difficult often to establish, but the courts have taken actions and they've made findings that there have been violations. But again, the question of remedies is different than the question of whether there have been violations, but courts have found that. Understand what the state is asking for here is extreme. It's in response to extreme federal action. But understand what the state is asking for. The state is asking for a district judge to say, hold the phone to the entire executive branch and the president on federal immigration enforcement as understood in the context of Operation Metro Search. That is a drastic remedy. That is more than just saying that there have been violations of the Fourth Amendment. Now, it doesn't mean it's not warranted in any given case. And you know where I was on the National Guard things. I think it was warranted there, because I think it's clear that they're not following the law. But that is a drastic remedy. That might not be justified in light of even many violations of the Fourth Amendment. That's the remedy you take. Maybe the remedy to those violations of the Fourth Amendment is some kind of order that's like tailored to them, to those violations. Maybe it's some kind of order related to a specific case. Maybe it's some kind of criminal or civil action proceeding, but it's not clear that it's what's being requested here. You get me? But it's a really, really good question. Thanks. We have increased the level of our discourse so far. But anyway, that's sort of my diatribe on political question. It is a good point to raise, I think, if what she's expressing is discomfort as to getting involved on that like general deployment question. And now watch what she says, because I think it is a point you have to consider, even if you disagree. Relatedly, plaintiff's improper influence claim invites the court to identify the precise point at which a legitimate effort to enforce federal immigration law becomes unconstitutionally coercive and infringes on a state's sovereignty. Like, oh shit, right? How many troops? Not questioning the motivation, but the action, right? You can say that the motivation is improper, but like, we have to define whether or not I'm actually coercing you, whether or not I'm actually trying to commandeer by coercion. And if in the context of money, right? In the context of the money, no doubt, right? The MAD legislation, the highway legislation, they were trying to coerce in some sense. But the question was, is the thing they're doing improperly coercive, or are they just encouraging? And so what is she reluctant to do? She's reluctant to set out, especially without manageable standards from the Supreme Court, when exactly that is. When is it the case? When is it the case that this becomes like the Medicaid funding conditionality? I lost you 15 minutes ago. What don't you understand? Any of it? And look at what the court says. On this record, there are both quantitative and qualitative challenges to this line drawing. We have to decide, is the kind of deployment of such a large nature so as to be as like the Medicaid expansion coercion? Is it like that? And maybe it will do that for money because we have some case law there that kind of guides it. We have 5% in the case of the highway budget, which is probably a small percentage of the overall budget of the state. And for Medicaid, it's like huge, right? It's healthcare. But for troop deployments, I don't know. We don't have many standards there. Any standards, right? Quantitatively, plaintiffs can't point to what number of federal officers would demonstrate a de facto 10th Amendment anti-commandeering violation. It's impossible, right? It's impossible to do that. This is the line drawing thing. This is where people like Rob Noor live and breathe. Tell me how many exact trips. And you're like, okay, 42,000. And you sound ridiculous because it can't be something that specific, right? So it is impossible. Qualitatively, that's the only thing that you have to go on. There's no clear way to determine at what point the alleged unlawful actions, racial profiling, excessive force, deployment of irritants, wearing face coverings, switching license plates, overusing parking lots, among others, become so problematic that they amount to unconstitutional coercion and infringement on Minnesota state sovereignty. Plaintiffs have provided no metric by which to determine when lawful law enforcement becomes unlawful commandeering, simply arguing that whatever it is, right, it exceeds that line. A proclamation that the Operation Metro Search has simply gone so far on the other side of the line is a thin reed on which to base a preliminary injunction. Plaintiffs' quantitative hurdles are compounded by recent conflicting reports about whether the government is planning to draw down its forces. Right? So like, and it looks like there's some and obviously the Trump administration is playing fast and loose with like, it's on, now it's off, now it's on, now it's off. A lot of these tactics, I think, are with an eye towards litigation. It makes it less clear that the policy is going to continue one way or the other. The chaos, same thing with the tariff situation. If you read some of the tariff opinions, they spend pages and pages going forth the different back and forth, 10 and 20, 30, 40. Like, part of it is to bog down and make it more tough to issue this kind of relief. And it's, it's not it's a obviously very cynical, but not a unsmart strategy. Stupid strategy, not stupid. And I think that this is the part where I most agree on the PI stage. Oh my God. On the PI stage. This is the part that I most agree on. We don't have a standard from the Supreme Court to judge on. So I'm going to have to do my own due diligence, my own legal historical analysis to come up with something. And at the preliminary injunction stage, I don't feel comfortable doing this. Saying, okay, whatever it is, it's so far on the other side. That's tough. Compare this to the insurrection finding of the Colorado Supreme Court in the disqualification case, which was overturned on other grounds by the Supreme Court in the Anderson decision. There, we know what insurrection is, according to the Colorado Supreme Court. Or at least we have some things to work on insurrection. Multiple dictionary definitions being offered. They don't actually come to a conclusive definition of insurrection in that specific case. But they have enough there that under any of these, Jan 6 is covered. Again, Supreme Court overturned this on other grounds in the Anderson decision. We don't really have this for what they're trying to do here. You can imagine this is the Colorado Supreme Court saying, all right, we have all these different tests for insurrection. Whatever the test is, this is so far beyond all of them. It meets all of them. So we don't have to decide on it right now. But here it's like, we don't even have that framing. And so I'm sympathetic to the court's position here. How can't there be a standard? Not that there isn't a standard, or there ought not be a standard, but that we don't have a standard yet. And in the posture of a preliminary injunction, we don't want to like rapidly come to a standard, which the plaintiffs don't even offer, on this like quick basis. Whatever standard we want to do, we want to make sure it's good, and we have to make an affirmative determination that you're likely to succeed. And now look what the court says on the doctrinal issues. The line drawing difficulty highlights a doctrinal challenge as well. The Supreme Court's anti-commandeering case law involves situations where the federal government's infringement on state sovereignty is not a question of fact, but it's a legal on-off switch. There is either a clearly identifiable congressional regulatory command that violates state sovereignty, or there is not. I think this is not true, because there's the coercion stuff. But for a lot of it, it's an on-off switch. It's a binary. Are you infringing on that or not? Now, if you actually look into it a little bit, there can sometimes be a spectrum that's hidden within the binary. But I'll accept that framing that at some level of generality here, it's an on-off switch. It's a more easily ascertainable on-off switch. When, for example, Congress tells the states they cannot enact laws authorizing sports betting, a court can hold, based on the statute itself, that Congress cannot give such a command, right? We don't have to look at these many different intricate facts. We can just look at the statute itself and does it commandeer or does it not? Now, I think that this is a little bit shifty because Congress could enact a statute where the standard itself is shifty, and then we'd have to decide, right? But I do generally agree here that it's more easily determined to be a binary in the cases we have so far for the Supreme Court. But even when it is clear what the coercion is, the case law does not describe a way by which the court could draw the line between constitutionally permissible and impermissible compulsion. So, for example, the federal statutes in Sebelius for the Medicaid expansion should not exert undue influence. What the court is saying is, what the fuck is undue influence? The Supreme Court hasn't given us a good test for this yet. For when is it undue? That's the whole question. And see, the Dole case, this is the drinking age 21 case, observing that in some circumstances, the financial inducement offered by Congress might be so coercive as to pass the point which pressure turns into compulsion. Again, recognizing that there might be a time in which it happens, which was found in Sebelius, doesn't mean that we know when that happens. And this jurisprudence certainly does not provide guidance on how the court should make the determination as to a broad immigration law enforcement initiative. The absence of doctrinal instruction, with which I agree with the court here, on how to draw the necessary line, compounded by the challenge in drawing such a line in the specific context of Metro Surge, means that issuing the requested injunctive relief, halting the operation entirely, could overstep the judicial role. As the Eighth Circuit very recently cautioned, federal courts do not exercise general oversight of the executive branch. Plaintiff's improper influence theory invites the court to risk doing just that. Many of the same problems also weigh against a finding that plaintiffs are likely to succeed on the merits of the resource theory. In addition to suffering from the same line drawing problems discussed above, right? When is it so much resource that it's coercive? Plaintiffs' claim under this theory face an additional jurisprudential barrier. In U.S. v. Texas, this was against Biden, Texas and Louisiana sued. This is actually a decent point. I can't deal with politics right now, but want to thank you, Scallywag. Appreciate you. Is it possible for the plaintiffs to narrow their relief request instead of asking for such a broad remedies? Yeah, I mean, this is only one thing in the case. They have other claims in the case. So yeah, it is possible, and they have. This is just one of the things they're asking for. Remember, some of these claims have nothing to do with this. Here we have claims regarding the APA claims. You have First Amendment claims, retaliation, viewpoint discrimination, and we have ultra vires claims. So they are seeking other relief as well, beyond just the PI. So this is a great point by the judge. In US v. Texas, Texas and Louisiana sued DHS. This is under Biden, saying DHS was not doing enough to arrest and remove non-citizens from the United States, and it was imposing costs because now we have to do a bunch of stuff, right? So why can, and this was in the opposite context. What was Louisiana and Texas saying? They were saying, you're not doing enough to enforce federal immigration law, and that's imposing costs on us, right? You are doing some kind of commandeering by forcing us to shoulder the costs of your lack of enforcement. There, the Supreme Court held that Texas and Louisiana lacked standing to bring those claims, in part because of the substantial discretion the executive branch has over arrest and detention decisions, as well as the absence of meaningful standards for assessing the propriety of enforcement choices. Moreover, SCOTUS explained that in our system of dual federal and state sovereignty, federal policies frequently generate indirect effects. And when the state asserts that federal law has produced only those kinds of indirect effects, the claim for standing becomes more attenuated. If such downstream costs of executive branch enforcement decisions do not constitute an injury, in fact, sufficient for states to have standing to sue, it seems unlikely that the effect of such costs could form the basis of a 10th Amendment anti-commandeering violation, right? So this, I think, is a smart point by this Biden-appointed judge. This is a Biden-appointed judge, by the way. Biden-appointed. So we're not talking about some crazy federal court. And it's a good point. That to the extent that these kinds of indirect costs, this theory of harm, wasn't sufficient for standing to prove an injury. In fact, if it's not even an injury, and it undermined the claim of standing there, how could it be a basis to conclude that there's a sovereignty issue there? Because presumably, if there was a sovereignty issue, there would be a concrete injury. Right? It's a concrete injury to the extent that you're fucking up with the sovereignty of a state. So this is a good point. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If this was enough to get these pro-Republican states out of court when they sued Biden, it would be a little bit weird for me to say, well, this kind of theory would stop Trump. So I happen to agree with this. I think that this is a shit argument. I think the argument is on the motivation. If there's anything, it's on the motivation. For those reasons, plaintiffs find that they cannot cross the foremost hurdle because they have not shown a sufficient likelihood of success on the merits. Court also finds plaintiffs have not shown a sufficient likelihood of success on their equal sovereignty claims. Plaintiffs assert the defendants have targeted Minnesota for unequal treatment and that it's unrelated to a valid purpose. They rely on Shelby County versus Holder. This was overturning part of the VRA. And holding that the formula singled out in the context of the VRA, the Supreme Court stated that a departure from fundamental principle of equal sovereignty requires a showing that the statute's disparate geographic coverage is related to the problem that it targets. But they've already talked about this. That A, it's unclear whether Shelby County applies more broadly to like immigration. This was about the VRA. And we've already talked about why there's at least a reasonable basis to target Minnesota from a neutral perspective, in that the executive could determine that there's a specific problem there and the sanctuary policies. So I think this is also a bad argument. So what I'm most interested on is this improper influence claim as part of the anti-commandeering framework. That said, I agree that the court deny the injunction here. I don't think it's right. So here's me saying it's okay that Trump wins this motion. He should. Based on the legal principles, the court should not involve itself at this stage in these very difficult, tricky questions for which there is no holding case law. They should develop it over a longer period. They should have more wealth of sources to draw from and to try to construct a test that is manageable and that is likely to stand appellate scrutiny. So I have no problem whatsoever with this decision. And you shouldn't either, because this doesn't decide the overall issue. The issues that we should look to are political. Do we agree with this deployment from a political perspective? Do we think specific actions, is there overwhelming illegality? My answer is yes, but this doesn't resolve that. This isn't that. This is almost like a novel legal theory about anti-commandeering. So the Fourth Amendment violations, the First Amendment violations, the racial discriminatory violations, right? You call that 14th/5th. Those are all still up for grabs in any particular instance, and overall is the strategy. And then there's plenty of other remedies that you can seek, and in fact, people are seeking in this case. And to the extent that we're not seeing certain action, a lot of that is the Democrats' fault in Minnesota. You should be announcing updates on your murder investigations into these people. The fact that they're not doing that, I think, is like disgraceful. Every day I don't see like an update from Keith Ellison or Tim Walz on the murder investigations. I'm pissed. So don't be dissuaded by this. This was the right decision, in my opinion. There's so much to fight for legally and politically. And so yeah, that's just me giving you guys some needed context here. I was always like not very optimistic about this, and I think I agreed. I followed on Twitter some of the questions, and the questions from the judge really indicated that she was skeptical of her authority in this case, and I think she came to the right decision. Yeah, and it doesn't decide the legality of what ICE is actually doing on the ground. Correct. It's about whether the remedy and whether the anti-commandeering theory is one that should be granted given the the legal merits of that theory at this point in time at the preliminary injunction stage. So there you go. That's my take. Any questions? And thank you, Vasaraka, for the membership, gifted memberships. I appreciate, guys, when you member to the stream, if you are sub, it really makes me happy, and it's like a funny little prank that you play on me. But we'll move on for some final other stuff, maybe some reaction shit, if there are no other questions about this specifically or about the ICE situation. I just felt that there's it's important because you'll see different, oh my God, you'll see some of these propagandists be like, we just had a major victory in court. And without the context, you can think it's a bigger deal than it is. And you can lose hope and faith in some of our judges. And I don't think that you should do that. I think that you should really take a contextual view of what's happening here. And this was the right decision. It was always a long shot, and she made the right decision, and there's plenty still to fight about on legality and constitutionality. Is it a crazy document? What is? And then all I hear is more people are going to get shot, and the courts are still not doing what is required to stop the fascists. Yeah, so like, unfortunately, we do live in a system, and the courts should not like violate the law to have that effect that you want. We should work with our legal means. We should pressure our Democratic legislators in Minnesota, as well as our executive officials in Minnesota, to take other steps that are available to them, including announcing updates on investigations. There are more lawsuits that have been filed, which we should advocate for. But that doesn't mean that the Democrats should always win every lawsuit. I don't think they should. This judge already has blood on her hands. No, I mean, you're not even right about what the argument was, right? When was this filed? Let's see the procedural posture. This wasn't the case where people are like blood on their hands. This wasn't that case. This was filed on January 12th. There was another case that was appealed to the 8th Circuit where they issued an admin stay. that is where people said blood on their hands, blood on their hands. It wasn't this one. Because in that decision, the judge actually did issue an injunction related to the more substantive violations that were happening on First Amendment grounds, retaliation. But again, not clear that that injunction would have stopped what happened. Because the injunction was basically like, don't violate the constitutional rights of these people. But they already like don't follow injunctions and orders. So that should you should pause before you say these people have blood on their hands. The people who are ultimately responsible is the administration. And that's where I think responsibility should like lie and where you should point at. That's just me though. Sorry if you talked about it, but I've heard people discussing if courts were to strike down deployments, it would be easier to legally deploy ICE with the Insurrection Act. Insurrection Act does not relate to ICE deployments. But I think that, yeah, no, I don't have a reason to believe that it would be easier to deploy the Insurrection Act. Maybe as a factual circumstance, but my guess is if the deployments were struck down, there would be like less violent protests and less of a basis to invoke it factually. But as I mentioned before, we did a ICE insurrection statute analysis. I might release that as a video if you guys want me to do that, where it's a kind of vague and unclear like what the legal test is for Insurrection Act application. It's not just, is there an insurrection? So the Insurrection Act is broader than just, is there an insurrection? So don't be confused by the name. The test is different. Or sorry, the standards are different, and what the test is from the court's perspective is unclear. I guess I have a final question. Do you have any idea of how long this would take to be resolved in courts and where the final decision gets made? Probably over the course of months, and it would be made, if this is continued, I'm sure there'd be like an evidentiary hearing, but at some point it might be obviated because the deployment stops and the court might be like, well, it's moot at this point. So I'm not sure is the answer. The final decision would be made in the district court and then ultimately appealed, probably. Care to share your opinion on Ellison not yet bringing charges re Good and Preddy? Every day that goes by feels critical, but that could just be it's not so much I want them to bring charges this day. If they're continuing their investigation, I think that's fine. I think that they should like subpoena people, etc. And if I was confident that they were actually doing the investigations and taking them seriously, I would be more like, okay, take your time kind of guy. But they haven't even given a press conference to be like, hey, this is an update on the murder investigation. We are doing this, we're doing that. We will hold people responsible. At the moment, we're in the evidence-seeking phase, but this is very much an active investigation, and we understand the public interest in that. That would like assuage me. But they haven't really like done that, or at least I haven't seen that. Like Tim Walz said, we're going to do investigation that one time, but we haven't really had an update that convinces me that they're actually pursuing it, right? And that's what I'm like concerned about. What else? By the way, there's talk of the shutdown. I think the shutdown is like, I think a limited shutdown. It's not like an overall shutdown. I think it's just on the things that pertain to the specific funding bill, which isn't just DHS, but it's like not a full one. So just a heads up on that. I do still support it. Obviously, the position of Democrats, I am pissed that they even like signed any of this shit. We've already talked about that, but I don't think that the shutdown that's being talked about is a full government shutdown. I think it's a limited one. It's not guaranteed all 6 funding bills still pass the House again. Oh, then maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I need to issue a retraction. Is that true? I thought they already passed 5 of them. Am I wrong about that? Someone help me. Did Congress pass 5 budget bills? As of late, This is what, hang on a second. Senate Democrats and Republicans agreed to a package of 5 spending bills on Thursday, but removed a 6. Did they actually vote it in, though? The spending bill has already passed the House of Representatives, but the Senate needs 60 votes. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to retract what I said before. The Senate passed the funding package late Friday after striking a bipartisan deal, but the agreement still needs the approval of the House. Democrats reached a deal. It involves passing 5 long-term spending bills while extending funding for 2 weeks. The Senate voted on final passage of the funding deal hours ahead of the deadline Friday evening. The effects of a partial shutdown will be minimal if the House is able to finalize the plan early next week. A partial shutdown begins. Funding for Pentagon, State Department, and Treasury and many other agencies officially lapsed, triggering a partial shutdown. I was under the impression that they passed the 5 already. I think what they haven't done is done the CR for the last one. Senator Murray's remarks. Earlier today, we voted to pass 5 crucial funding bills while splitting off the DHS bill, so that Congress is forced to reckon with the horrific. Yeah, I think I'm right. I think that the 5 bills passed because they all passed the House, passed the Senate. Trump will sign them. And then the last is on the last bill that hasn't been passed because they're just doing a CR, or that was the deal for the CR. But I think they passed that too, right? Or the Senate hasn't passed that, perhaps. But I think they did the 5. They were all sent back to the House because they split up the bills in the Senate. And now House Republicans. Oh, there are 12 funding bills. 6 passed everything a few months ago. The remaining 6 did pass the House last week, but they bundled them all together. But the Senate split off. Oh, shit. All right. So if that's true, Exol, I will say I was not in the position. I think the deal sucks. I don't agree with the deal. But in terms of what I said, my expectation about the shutdown, there might be a full shutdown. But I don't know then why there's a partial shutdown right now. Is it because there's already been funding for a lot of this stuff? I thought it would just be a partial one, but maybe it has nothing to do with these funding bills specifically. Because the partial shutdown says it affects transportation, DHS, FEMA, and that stuff all seems like it's part of the DHS funding bill. SNAP will continue until September. Department of Agriculture will get funded. So is this just... I'm just not sure now. Now I feel like an idiot. Senate points to pass massive funding. This is good that you're bringing it up because the shutdown is happening now because back in November, only enough funding was passed until January. But like I said, a month or so ago, 6 funding bills did pass all the way, but 6 more were still being worked on, including DH. Oh, got it. So there was 6 funding bills, all passed, all signed, and there were a remaining 6 of the 12, right? And so that's why it's a partial shutdown. But it means we're fundamentally in a different position than we were back in October and November. There? Good commenter, Exol. Twitch chat really bringing it today, huh? Is that what's happening? Am I right? So then I need to be a little bit more careful about my critique. My critique is not... Okay, got it. My critique is that we passed any of the 6 that went fully through. And it's not that this 6 itself. So my critique would go back further when I wasn't paying as close enough attention. And I should have been paying more attention. Got it. That's when I should have been mad. More mad. That makes Chuck Schumer more sneaky. Sneaky. Yeah, because they did the ACA sub. They didn't do those, right? They didn't do the tax credits, right? the ACA credits? Did they pass those? No, they did not. There was a short extension. CNBC says that they're expiring. Just weeks after they've expired. I don't think they've been extended. Democrats have pushed to extend the subsidy, but a majority have stymied. Okay. But thank you, Exel. You get Chatter of the Day award. Thank you for making me better. Also, there was an amendment for DHS that would rescind OBBB ICE funding. Collins and Murkowski voted for it, but it failed narrowly. That would never pass the House, though, right? But that would be sick. Imagine if you polled the American people. Would you rather have $120 billion or whatever it is for ICE and DHS, or would you rather have that for healthcare or for a tax cut? What do you think they'd say? A bit ago, a discharge petition passed the House to extend ACA credits. Jeffrey set this up before the shutdown. Now the Senate needs to vote on that too, and if they vote against it, they'll look bad. But there are ongoing healthcare negotiations having the Senate going on for the last month. Got it. Thank you. Kamala would have done the same thing. Oh no. Hassan, why did you give us Trump, Hassan? We all agree with that, right? It's Hassan's fault. I hate you, and I think that you are a lying serpent clout demon. What the fuck? What did I do to you? It's exclusively Hassan's fault, yes. Hassan bad. Is it true that he had 100,000 concurrent viewers? That's insane. I think it's his fault more than others, far less than others. Okay. Yeah, I think Biden's staying in probably. This is such a good. I know it's a Drew Pavlou retweet, but this is a great Cenk Uygur image. I'm just commenting on the image, right? I do not endorse Drew Pavlou. $146,000. Is that real though, or was he like bought it? That's like an insane number. Actually crazy. Wait. What did I want to do? Sorry, I just gotta watch this again. This is like so. This video triggered me so fucking much. She pissed me off so fucking much. And I'm gonna make you guys sit through it again.
Like, shit's terrible, but we have to be strategic and think clearly. And no one's talking about this fact, like, ICE is pre-funded for 6 years. The reconciliation bill that was passed last January means ICE can keep doing this for 6 years. The money is not, they did it before the budget was passed. They're going to keep doing it if the budget isn't passed. And so the money's not the question. The question is, what leverage do Senate Dems have now to negotiate accountability right now to end this craziness? Like, I think they could negotiate to get Senate I think they could negotiate to replace Noam with someone that doesn't skirt the filibuster. I think they could get ID numbers on federal law enforcement. I think they could get an end to the surge. I think they could get an investigation in Minnesota that wasn't run by the feds. I think they could get an end to the administrative warrant bullshit. There's stuff that is worth getting because the money is not the question at this point. It's pre-funded. I know everyone feels terrible. Like, but we have to be strategic right now.
We have to be strategic. And that's why I voted for the bills, or for the bill, without anything whatsoever negotiated or even stated about your position. That's why I voted for the bill. She's lecturing us about that shit. Oh, this is a hot opinion coming out. I haven't read it. Adrián Conejo Arias, a minor child by and through his parent. Before the court is the petition of asylum seeker Adrián Conejo Arias and his 5-year-old son for protection of the great writ of habeas corpus. They seek nothing more than some modicum of due process and the rule of law. The government has responded. This case has its genesis in the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently even if it requires traumatizing children. This court and others regularly send undocumented people to prison and orders them deported, but do so by legal procedures. Apparent also is the government's ignorance of an American historical document called the Declaration of Independence. 33-year-old Thomas Jefferson enumerated grievances against a would-be authoritarian king over our nascent nation. Among others were, he has sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people, he has excited domestic insurrection among us, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, he has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. We the people are hearing echoes of that history. And then there is that pesky inconvenience called the Fourth Amendment, that the right of people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and that no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, particularly describing the places to be searched and persons or things to be seized. Civics lesson to the government. Administrative warrants issued by the executive branch to itself do not pass probable cause muster. That is called the fox guarding the henhouse. The Constitution requires an independent judicial officer. Accordingly, the court finds that the Constitution of these United States trumps this administration's detention of petitioner Adrián Conejo Arias and his minor son, LCR. The Great Writ and release from detention are granted, pursuant to the attached judgment. Observing human behavior confirms that for some among us, the perfidious lust for unbridled power and the imposition of cruelty in its quest know no bounds and are bereft of human decency, and the rule of law be damned. Ultimately, petitioners may, because of the arcane United States immigration system, return to their home country involuntarily or by self-deportation, but that result should occur through a more orderly and humane policy than currently in place. Quoting Philadelphia, well, Dr. Franklin, what do we have? A Republican if you can keep it. With the judicial finger in the constitutional dike, it is so ordered. No due process, huh? Administrative warrant we give to ourselves. No due process. Little Spider-Man. Can't even give him due process. Can't even give him a day in court, fair procedure. Can't even follow our own law. If they're pissed, yeah. I mean, it's pretty scathing. It's not normal. I didn't see any Bible quotation. Did I miss it? This is my favorite line. Or my favorite paragraph. This one's pretty good too. Can't even give this little guy a day of court. A fair day. Can't even make him protected by the Fourth Amendment? Oh. My bad. Missed that. I'm an idiot. Credit bystander. And this is important too. Because if we didn't have these patriots, and that includes all of you listening, if we didn't have patriots watching, documenting, observing, shouting, we wouldn't even know this stuff. And so that's why we need people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. That's why they're trying to scare you. Because they don't want them observing this shit. These images, these about what their policies are. You can do without the white women shrieking, to be honest. I can't. I need it. Let's see if there's other legal stuff to before we get into some slop to finish off. This shit pisses me off. So think about that. Think about all the stuff we talked about with Kyle Kalinske the other day. And now look at this, and you tell me your thoughts.
because we've been taught by the media to hate each other and to have a tribal brain, partisan brain.
Totally true.
Right? So because if the left and the right, the Republicans and Democrats realize that the people rigging the rules are the ones with all the wealth and power up top, that is the only force that is mighty enough to take on the ruling class, the donor class. So that is why they have to get us fighting at all times. You must hate each other. Don't look up. Whatever you do, don't look up. Hate each other. Use all your energy this way. So unfortunately, our side got taught this too. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, that's it. You can't ever talk to them. They're the bad guys, right? I'm like, are they still the bad guys if they agree with me?
Right. Let's get back. Let's define bad guy for a second.
and do I have to change my position if Tucker agrees with me? Do I have to become pro-war?
All right, let's bomb Iran now. This is too much. I can't deal with it. Some podcaster agrees with me. I'm changing.
What's the difference? Well, I mean, isn't it obvious what the difference is? Hang on, let me get to the... Kyle probably largely agrees with Cenk on the Iran war. What's the difference? Kyle recognizes the enemy, that there is an enemy. And the enemy is not the, quote, donor class. The enemy are the people defending this bullshit, arresting people without any process, without any valid warrant, subjecting our country to these constant rights deprivations. And Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene are the scum of the earth. They are scum. They're our enemies. Only legal, political, I don't ever argue, to do crimes, to violate their liberties. I don't ever advocate for that. Politically and ideologically, these are our enemies. They are the scum of the earth. They will defend any depravity. Can you talk about the Epstein stuff? It's kind of hard to parse what is allegation, what documents. Yeah, I'll give you a little 2 minutes on that. And this shit I don't see them do. Now, on occasion, if they say something that we agree with, could we recognize that? Sure. But not lose sight of the fact that they, in every respect, want to destroy this country. They want to steal what's most valuable about our society and rip it up. And that, I think, crucially, is what Kyle and Crystal and other people who I put in that segment don't do. At least not since Trump's second election victory. In fact, Kyle and Crystal debate Cenk Uygur on this ground itself. That distinction to me matters. Hugely matters to me. Bigly matters to me. But this is a pretty, I'm sure you'll have people citing this very scathing. So you wouldn't create again, it matter, it depends what you mean by this, right? I want Cenk to realize this. Would I talk to Cenk Uygur? Absolutely. Would I advocate that would I have a nice, decent conversation with Cenk Uygur? Yes. Would I recognize his problems? Yes. It depends what you mean. Like, you need to, like, this coalition conversation, we need to know what you mean. What the fuck do you mean? And no one defines it. No one. Part of the coalition, part of the group, part of the coalition. What the fuck does that mean? And I absolutely would talk to Anna Kasparian politely. I would talk to Cenk Uygur politely on streams. But there's a difference here. And failing to recognize that, I think, is pathetic. You can't let people like Kyle vote for Democrats. Like, what is this? If you mean like they're not aligned with us, it'll depend on what, right? In general, they're not aligned with us on electoralism, on our ideology, on our preferences, on who we're going to vote for. And right, and Cenk is trying to appeal. It's like the opposite, right? I think that libs should try to appeal to people who are closer to them, approximately closer. And these are these like lefties and independents. Surely. What I'm against is libs and lefties trying to appeal to MAGA in terms of their policy, what they want for policy, in terms of their like wasting their time, I guess. But this discourse needs to be clarified. And right now, people live in that opaque realm of equivocation and vague language. Thanks to follow on Twitch. We love Twitch. We love Twitch because Twitch banned a very anti-Semitic remark from Hassan. Did Pisco respond to you, Ogre Boy? On what? But what if they are so far left that they are the same distance as someone who is on MAGA? With respect to what, right? Like, are you talking about the MAGA communist people? Like the Haas of the world? If they are that, then what? That's like the question. Like, what if they are that? If it's true, then what then? Using evil and enemy are vague and not unhelpful too. Well, I just mean in the sense of, it's a good point, right? Like, what do I mean by this? What I mean by this is with respect to this conversation, that we ought not, in terms of our policies, try to be more MAGA-like, and that we ought not waste our time, right? Policies and wasting time with these kinds of efforts of populist solidarity, in the sense of adjusting our rhetoric to be less critical of Trump. Well, there I can define what I mean there. And also, it reflects my preferences regarding who these people are. So when I say they're evil, they're scum of the earth, it reflects that. What's up with the TLDR on the donor class? Is that permissible language, or is that supposed to be a red flag? I think it's simplistic. I'm not implying that this is a veiled reference to Jews, if that's what you think I'm referencing. I think it's not the correct approximation of the villain, the chief villain, as Daryl Cooper would say. But I'm not claiming that that's a veiled reference to Jews, if that's what you thought I was suggesting. Okay, we'll do some reaction stuff, and then I gotta go travel, which I have a right to do. I'm literally just tuning in and not suggesting. No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying if you did that. I'm not saying that you're suggesting it. Some people do suggest that. I'm not saying that you did. And someone says that's exactly what it is. I'm not accusing that. Are you familiar with the FCC fairness doctrine removal in '87? I'm familiar that it was removed. I'm very skeptical of these fairness doctrine things. I don't like them. I'm not in favor of them. I'm not in favor of these kind of like regulations on, well, you have to have both sides at equal time type stuff. I think that's like not okay in general. And I haven't been convinced that it's been thoroughly scrutinized by the courts with respect to First Amendment. What's your super chat? Sorry. Could you talk about the Epstein stuff? Oh yeah, let me do it. All right, I was gonna do it. Yeah, I was gonna do that. Shit, I'm about to talk about it. Chill. Thoughts on snap elections? They seem so gamed in other countries. In general, I don't have like in a parliamentary system, I think that makes sense. We have special elections, which are kind of they have the quality of being less regularly scheduled, but they're not quite the same thing, given that we don't have like a parliamentary system where the government can like stop functioning based on that. We have like an independent head of state from the legislature. All right, here's my thoughts on Epstein. Oh wait, I was gonna skip it. My bad. You were right, Ian. My apologies, because I was about to get into the reaction stuff. Good call, Ian. Keeping me honest. All right, Epstein stuff. Be very careful. There is absolutely bombshells from the recent release. Absolutely. Bombshells. But there might be the less salacious stuff. So the bombshells oftentimes are the metadata aspects of certain communications. The fact you are communicating with this person at all at this time could be considered in some sense a bombshell for numerous different actors. The discrete lies that you're able to debunk on Lutnick, on Trump's relationship, those are all great things. And it paints a picture of a lot more smoke, right? It has increased our priors on the amount of smoke and the nature of relationships, including like The fact that Elon was talking to Epstein in the way he was, separate and apart from any specific criminal allegation, that's like a juicy bombshell. So there's a lot of like that metadata about when, who, when, like where and why, as opposed to like substantive allegations of misconduct. I would consider a lot of that like bombshell stuff. Got to be careful with the allegations, the bare allegations, the conclusory allegations. Trump did this in front of these many people. They watched me murder. They wanted me to have an abortion. Those claims need to have independent corroboration. The fact that it's listed in an FBI like interview intake or some sort of internal table doesn't tell you that it's true or not. This should be obvious to anybody who has like even a passing interest in truth. Now, you can use those to ask the further question, which is, why did you try to hide this? What did you do to corroborate or not corroborate? Why haven't you appointed a special counsel or some other equivalent to release a report about the kinds of investigatory steps that the department took? Why haven't we seen an IG to assess whether the department was acting correctly with respect to some of these allegations? Not just on the stuff specific to Epstein. There have been IG report of Epstein, the suicide and other related stuff, but more specific on the allegation front of it. So that's where I think you focus it. And the fact that there's a lot of documents they have not released because of redactions, etc. So those, I think, are juicy areas to question double standards of MAGA. Like, if this amount of smoke existed for Democrats, politicians, you would say it's a foregone conclusion. Why aren't you applying that standard to Trump? With respect to the investigatory propriety of what they were doing, and whether they were on the up and up and following up in ways that we thought was correct. But be careful about the nature of the allegations themselves if we can't prove them, especially when we like don't know who said it. You know, that's where I would caution. But much more smoke, absolutely granted. Some allegations are like the Bill Clinton stuff is like an email sent to himself. That is Epstein. And there are indicia of lack of reliability on some of the claims. So don't put yourself in the position where you're taking certain things you see in emails, interpreting them as fact, and then in your day-to-day saying them. But you can still use them for those other points about hypocrisy, about lack of investigation, interference, lack of disclosure. Then there's everything that remains to be said about the propriety of the redactions themselves. When are we going to have our legislators have access to these different redactions? Why aren't there more internal comms recently about what we're looking for and why? And have you claimed anything as attorney-client privilege, which I think is absurd in many respects, or presidential executive privilege? Those are questions that remain unanswered. And my guess is we're going to see a lot more attacks, innuendos, because of this release. Let me think. Other stuff. But yeah. I think that's all I got. Okay. Finally, we'll do some React slop. And leave it there. Any questions on Epstein? Update from reporter Jeffries has informed Johnson the Dems will not bail out Republicans on a suspension vote, which requires 2/3 of the House. House Dems says it's not their deal to pass, not inclined to help GOP out. Caucus will have a call tomorrow evening. Yikes. It's on the on Schumer's deal, and Jeffrey says he's not inclined to help. Epstein being an Xbox Live flamer is too funny. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Whoa. This is insane. Maybe there's a good reason for this, but huh? Maybe this is like a victim or something? Any thoughts? I don't know how the admin can fuck around with the 17th Amendment. What's the theory? I don't even know it. I haven't heard it. He means the turtle video? No way he'd be emailing a victim there? Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe it's Trump doesn't use email, so I don't think it's Trump. Well, Epstein sent this email, right? Always check the metadata. From. It's to who, though? Well, he doesn't use email. Was Eminem in it? I don't know. Elon seems like eager to, I want to go to like the greatest parties. Elon looks bad. I don't know why he led the witch hunt initially when he must know those communications exist. Like, why would he do that? Maybe he's just like high all the time. All right, one sec. Some React stuff. We reacted to the video Hutch told me to watch, and now we'll react a little bit to this Team Hutch, Team Pisco shit. I'll just go part way in.
Into those strings.
Okay, and we'll do this at 1.25. We'll just do it for a little bit of time, unless something else interesting comes along. But I want to give you guys your slop. We did our legal stuff, so I might as well do a little bit of memeing along the way. And I think maybe tomorrow we'll be able to talk. Actually, I don't think I will be able to talk tomorrow with Hutch. Maybe like Monday or something. Would you ever have a discussion outside of can the cops do something and more should they be able to do certain things? Yeah, certainly. For sure. Like, I think they can do the ICE deployment and from like a big picture perspective, they can patrol the streets, but I don't necessarily think they should. Okay, let's try to see if we can get some clarity. This is, we'll start where Hutch is already there.
And listen to their perspective and trust them as sources of information and analysis. Walk away with the impression of the Democratic Party that it is Republican light, basically barely better than the Republican Party, is I think the view that both of them hold.
Who's he referring to? Let's see.
I wouldn't use the word siphoning. I would
and giving nothing. The Democrats on the correct.
So Hutch is on, or Wick is on whatever team Hutch means, but he's on that team.
Before we bring in the next caller, I just have a curiosity for Hutch. So, at the beginning of the stream, here's how I characterized your position. I'm wondering if I did it correctly, and maybe you can clarify or correct me if I'm wrong. Your position, as I understand it, is that Kyle Kalinske, Hassan, all these people are a problem for the Democratic Party, and if they disappeared, the Democrats would win more than they do. That they are siphoning from us.
I don't understand how that's true of Kyle Kalinske. That Kyle Kalinske is siphoning. Kyle Kalinske is obviously like bigger than everyone here, and me obviously as well. So even on that front, but like, what about Kalinske's coverage overall? What is the evidentiary case that it lowers the Democrats' chances? I just don't have that impression. If you spend a significant amount of time, a huge amount of time, covering how Trump bad. I just don't have a prior that will be a net loss to Democrats.
And giving nothing back, that they're little, I don't know, just vacuums that are hoovering up people who would otherwise vote Democrat and turning them against.
Yeah, I have no reason to believe that. I mean, what is the basis for that?
Either voting in general or making them vote for like crazy third-party candidates. Is that a?
I wouldn't use the word siphoning. I would say depress. They're depressing the vote. So I think they're probably causing.
Yeah, but again, that's different. He endorsed in May, and then people have told me he made clear to vote for Kamala right before the election. But even putting that aside, there's two problems with that. One is he's different than he was now, at least with respect to the threat of Trump, than what he was in May of 2024. As it's crystal. If you believe that that's not the case, then like, okay, fine. Then when they say that they were right about everything, you're just like, okay, I don't believe them when they are different. That's number one. Number two, you have to additionally make the case that them endorsing the Green Party in that moment, in light of their overall coverage, that endorsement represents some sort of above and beyond negative depress compared to the negative coverage of Trump. And again, I think that's an empirical case to make.
Like if they stopped covering politics tomorrow, I do believe that it would net Democrats votes. I think a lot of the
can we agree this is an empirical case, right? Like whatever this is, it needs to have some sort of like empirical demonstration, some sort of like, we can't just, because everyone can make an intuition story. My intuition is that spending most of your time talking negatively about Trump now, right? Because the prescription relates to now. That by and large, notwithstanding the criticisms of Democrats, that if you're a big enough platform, that's going to impress upon the viewer, Trump is really, really, really bad. And overall, that will increase opposition to Trump, which overall increases the Democrats' prospect at an election. That's my intuition story. Another intuition story you could tell is, well, all the criticism of Democrats and the endorsement in 2024 will depress voters. And we need to be able to, and my opinion is in spite of that, right? My intuition is in spite of that, it's overall beneficial. We need the ability to distinguish between those two stories. How do we go about distinguishing which is true and which is false? And I think the answer is through some sort of empirical or case comparator analysis, some kind of argument based on facts. You get me?
People that tune into those streams and listen to their perspective and trust them as sources of information and analysis walk away with the impression of the Democratic Party that it is Republican light, basically barely better than the Republican Party, is I think the view that...
Which, I mean, again, if you take Kyle Kalinske, I'm not saying about Hassan, but Kyle Kalinske, even the video we just watched, he says multiple times, it ain't the case. He says, I would take the worst Democrat over the best Republican any day, and it's not even close. That, to me, doesn't indicate that it's merely Republican light. That's a different view. Those can't both be true.
Both of them hold. Like I guess it would be valuable to establish, because we're talking about coalitions.
Yeah.
What does the word coalition mean to you?
This is great. Yeah, I agree with Hutch that getting our terminology clarified and what the entailments are here matter a lot.
Like if we're talking about who should we invite into the coalition, who should we cooperate with? Like, what does that word mean? Because
coalition for
wait,
what?
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait. Before we move on to the coalition thing, Hutch, do you think that if like Hassan and his like sort of ilk, if you want to call it that, disappeared tomorrow, that all the people who have like whether or not you believe that this is legitimate, people who have issues with the Democratic Party, their messaging, their tendency to go back towards the status quo at times, right? You think that those people would kind of just disappear and get absorbed into the Democratic Party?
No, not all of them. Definitely
just
not
enough
all
of them. Just enough of them to win us elections. But there would still be people who are.
I mean, I really don't know. But I never made the claim that leftists cost us the election. There's some data that shows that of the 19 million Biden 2020 voters that did not vote in 2024, 29% of them said that Gaza, Israel was the number one reason why they didn't do that. That amounts to something like over 5 million people. I don't know how you distribute those votes. Would it have made a difference in the swing states? Certainly would have given her the popular vote. But I've never made that claim. My point is that anybody who didn't vote for Kamala helped Donald Trump win the election. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that only in the sense that, like, yes, like materially speaking, they did not help. I just don't.
Well, materially, no. I mean, that's not the. not any individual didn't have a material effect on the election. If we're using a notion of material as in like decisive or significant, that's not the point. But when we're assessing people's culpability for their individual votes, we're talking about something else, like a signaling value or sort of overall demonstrative value. And with respect to influencers, their ability to affect other people's conduct. Because obviously a single vote is insignificant in any context, swing state or in a safe state. So there's something else that we're looking to besides like anyone who voted materially affected. Because I don't think that's true. I think that there's some other source of bad that we're trying to identify. And you can probably identify it when it comes to influencers because they're able to affect multiple people's conduct at once. It's a lot harder when you're talking about like an individual actors. Maybe it's just disagreeing on the world we'd like to see, and that's the bad, is like combating that. But oftentimes it's about signaling expressive values, and for influencers, it's your effect on other people's conduct.
I just don't set myself against them. That's my difference. That you seem to set yourself against those.
That's why, in a way, like Hassan's vote, and this is a criticism that I agree with, Hassan's vote in and of itself is insignificant. Because who the fuck cares? And we have no way of verifying it, right? That's true. We're just going off of the representations. What matters and why people look to like, well, did he hint that he was going to vote one way? Is because that's where we're like kind of, when it comes to larger creators, that's where most of the culpability arises from, is like what you're signaling to the audience. For individuals, it's not as, who aren't those kind of figures. We're kind of talking past each other in terms of like the effect on the election. It's insignificant. It's almost negligible, any particular individual.
People.
Well, I don't think we're on the same side. I don't think me and Hassan want the same.
Yeah, but you brought up a good point, Hutch, that we need to define what that means, on the same side.
Right.
Like when I say coalition, I mean a voting block. I mean
a voting block. Okay, then by definition, Kyle is now part of the voting block. If what you mean by coalition is part of the voting block, to the extent that Kyle in 2024 advocated to vote for Kamala, then he is part of the coalition. And to the extent that what you mean by right, I'm not misrepresenting Hutch. If what you mean by coalition is part of a voting block, Joe Manchin is not part of the coalition, right? By definition.
I'm not the same thing. Right. Like when I say coalition, I mean a voting block. I mean,
so by definition, Manchin is not part of the coalition. That's by definition. Right? And to the extent that people endorsed Kamala who are far lefties, they're more in the coalition than Joe Manchin. If that's what is meant by side. If all side is are you willing to vote for / endorse, and does that make you part of your coalition, then it's trivially obvious that some of these people are part of the coalition, including the Vanguard. And that's why it's so important to get clarity on the terms. And if what I'm just saying triggers you, you're just like triggered by clarity. I don't know what to say. Like he just said what he means by coalition voting block, right? Now maybe he means more broadly than a particular election. Then he needs to like sort that out as well. But does anyone disagree with what I just said? On his own view of coalition, Joe Manchin would not be a part of that coalition when it comes to the 2024 election. And if Hassan voted for Kamala, then he is by definition, right? It just is trivially true by definition. How is Joe Manchin not part of the coalition? He ran as a Democrat. In 2024, he changed parties and did not endorse Kamala Harris. He just defined coalition as a voting. Let's just make sure.
Not the same thing. Right. Like when I say coalition, I mean a voting block. I mean a political movement, and the kind of coalition that I'm looking to be.
I mean a voting block and a political movement. That is not super helpful. So it's either a voting block, or is being part of a voting block enough? Or political movement, is that or and being part of a political movement? That is unclear to me. But to the extent that it's, will you vote for the Democrat? And that does seem to be, honestly, when I get to the heart of who's part of the coalition, that's what Hutch describes. He's like, I would accept into the coalition pro-choice people, or sorry, pro-life people. I would accept people, even if I thought it was necessary, anti-civil rights people. Like, that's how Hutch describes it. And so that's why I'm going with it, is based on my prior encounters, that he considers the coalition as people who are willing to vote for Democrats and willing to do that. And by that logic and by those lights, I think that's the best interpretation of what the closest thing we have to like ideological bedrock Joe Manchin would not be. Joe Manchin refused to endorse Kamala Harris in the same way that Hassan refused to endorse Kamala Harris. And by his standards, the Manchin changed parties, didn't endorse, then yeah, he's not part of the voting bloc. Yeah, I think that's correct. Vote endorse is not the same thing either. True, but we don't really have proof with respect to either. And with respect, Hassan and Manchin are similarly situated on these lights. And you have to find a way on Hutch's view to distinguish them. I'm not fine with, they didn't accuse Josh Shapiro of murder. They didn't accuse Josh Shapiro of murder. They accused him of covering up a murder. That's number one. It's not my fault that you guys are untailored with your language. And I did contest them, and we did say that we would talk about it later, because I do think it's unhinged. I didn't want to get bogged down in that moment on the merits of the Josh Shapiro allegation. I do have opinions on it, but we did schedule or say that we were going to have to talk about it, and I do intend to follow through on that, 100%. And I'm just going off of Hutch's own definition here, and you're getting triggered because you're a triggered, emotional baby. But he voted for Kamala. Joe Manchin, proof. He said he wouldn't endorse. He said that Kamala endorsing the filibuster reform is equivalent to her trying to destroy the country. If it was Hutch accusing someone you like, you're getting bogged down. Proof. Bare accusation, not corroborated by anything. Bare accusation. Hutch accused and told me to watch a video. I watched it. Baseless conjecture. Emotional baby. Emotional. Too emotional to engage. I'm fine saying that Hassan and Manchin being about equal and holding back progress. I think it's a great point. If that's the case, right? Now you have a huge dilemma. The huge dilemma is he wants Joe Manchin to be part of the coalition. Hutch wants that. We need more Manchins, he says. So there's an issue, right? So do we want to incorporate people who aren't a part of the coalition, who, by his lights, to be part of the coalition? And if so, what are the grounds to distinguish between them? I had no idea Joe Manchin didn't endorse Kamala. Now I think he's equally shitty to Hassan, who also didn't endorse Kamala. But the difference is, why a different standard for one, not the other, with respect to their being a part of the coalition and what we want to see more of, are Manchin types who aren't even willing to endorse the candidate. Because there is a difference. What is that difference? Yeah, but the difference is Manchin is required to pass stuff in Congress. I mean, that might be different in terms of why we might appeal to like Republicans in given instances, but the determination here, like, that's why it's so important to suss out what the fuck we're talking about. Are we talking about in the context of legislation? That's what we mean, where we should appeal to the Manchins for that purpose? Or do we mean who is part of the side, who's part of the coalition? We need to have a denominator that we're talking about. And what people do is they have this opaqueness and lack of clarity that at any given moment, the target is shifting. Well, what are we talking about? Are we talking about what is necessary to accomplish our end? Or are we talking about who's on the same side? Those are different things, right? Determining whether someone's on our side is different than determining whether appealing to someone is necessary for a given end. Those are different things. And people hate that I do this analytically because they're emotional babies.
Be a part of and build out and like help shape in my own like very modest way in my little corner of the internet is one that is committed to beating Republicans in elections, every election.
Which Manchin is not. Which Manchin was not.
Moving forward for the rest of my life. And
Sure.
the way
And
to do that most times is to vote for the Democrat. Obviously, there's independent candidates that caucus with the Democrats, but for the most part, we're talking about helping to elect Democrats. Hassan Piker is not interested in helping elect Democrats. He is only interested in helping to elect the Democrats that he personally likes.
Same with Manchin.
That's
Sure.
it.
Okay.
He is not gonna. If you asked him right now, would you commit to, helping elect Gavin Newsom?
See, and what will happen is this, right? People don't give their standards ex ante, and it's the same thing on the doxing stuff, right? When is doxing justified? When are lawsuits justified or not justified? it's a shifting standard. I want you to give me ex ante your standard that we're examining. And I don't want to have to, okay, so now there's a new rule for coalition. You're part of the coalition if you're willing to vote for Democrats and are part of the political movement. And if you're an elected Democrat or official, this does not apply to you, right? So the rule now is morphing. Every time examples are brought up that debunk a given meaning, the rule starts to expand absurdly to caveat for all the different examples. And so now the rule is becoming this like blob of different conditions. And it sounds like what's pushing the intuition on the rule are the examples that debunk the original rule, as opposed to setting out your standard before, right? Before. Set out your standard first. When is doxing justified? Set out your standard first. When are lawsuits justified or not morally? Set out your standard first. When are you part of the coalition? But if all you do are raise differences that weren't part of your initial rule, I have to question whether or not that's a difference with a distinction. And if there's difficulty in defining things or in establishing tests, stay triggered, man. I mean, like, you just need to have something to guide. I'm just trying to listen and respond in good faith to what people are saying. And if the test is you're part of the coalition, if you are part of the voting bloc and part of the movement, but this doesn't apply to you if you are an elected official for which it's necessary to get your vote on legislation. I guess certain swing Republicans are part of the coalition on that view. That doesn't seem to make sense. Right? And then I'll provide another example. Like, oh, wait, no. But what you're talking about, you don't think there's a difference? You don't think there's a difference between blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah? You think they're the same exact thing? No. So what'll happen is the rule is begin to become like just a function of where we're trying to go at, which is Kyle Kulinski bad, not part of the coalition. Joe Manchin, yes. It's like a good or bad, this good, this bad. And it's the rule now is losing all proximity to some kind of standard that we're applying evenly. It's a morass that makes no sense.
If he becomes the nominee in 2028, he is not going to say yes to that.
I guess the question I have, and before we bring in the next,
and the Vanguard said yes to that. So on that view, Vanguard are part of the coalition. They said yes, except for Josh Shapiro. That's what Zach said. But to me, we'll move him on Shapiro, but that's pretty good, I think. You guys tell me if that's not your view.
Caller, because I do want to get more people. There's a couple people who really want in. Pisco defenders, they say they are. So we're going to.
Do you think Hassan should be a part of the coalition if it doesn't endorse? It depends what you mean by being part of the coalition. Depends what you mean by being part of the coalition. You need to define what you mean by being part of the coalition. Also, we don't have the power to remove or add to the coalition, unless you define it in such a way that we do have that power. Like, I don't have the power to. I don't have coalition power. Okay, I can't define who is part of the coalition on my view of what a coalition is, and I doubt I have it under your view. So you need to tell me what you mean by coalition in that sense. Like, it really is not a concept that is intuitive to me. However people are using it, it's not how I see it.
I'll see what they have to say. But the question I would have, and maybe you can think about this while we bring the next caller, is, okay, so I agree with you, Hutch, that these people are not friends of the Democrats. They're not going to try to help the Democrats win. They're depressing turnout and things like that. The question becomes, what do we do about it? And I guess that's where, as I understood it,
and I think this is getting to the heart of like what ultimately I want to know is the recommendations in terms of what to do. Okay, grant that Kyle is not part of the coalition. Grant that Hassan is not part of the coalition. So what?
Argument was, Pisco, as I understand his argument, and maybe again you can correct me if you heard something else, that the fact that you are using your energy and time in kind of finger wagging against them.
So I didn't even make that argument. I'm just I'm basically saying that is the argument, and I actually said that I don't think that my view is that Hutch isn't like doing harm to Democrats. I just think that there's like an opportunity cost potentially in terms of some of the weight of his coverage. But again, people have the right to cover what they want to cover. And there are a lot of people who don't do politics at all. And I'm not going to be like, you have a duty. Like the other chatter said, when you talk to Hutch, you should write down what he says. Yeah, I'll write it down.
instead of going after the people who are in power now, Trump and his cronies, is a waste of your time. And you should just ignore them, because the bigger target, the more effective target.
I don't think what's the example of me folding when Destiny has been on my stream? When have I folded? Can you give a single example, Lobo? A singular example. Just one. One example. And I'll give you a minute. Nice meme. Nice meme. I mean, this is, they have nothing. It's just emotional garbage. It's just emotional. It's all very emotional.
Is Trump? Would you consider that a fair representation of his argument?
Pisco thinks that the Vanguard and Kyle Kalinske spend most of their time going after Trump and are not actively hurting the Democratic Party. It's probably true that these days they spend most of their time going
Oh, 6. So we agree.
after Trump, just because Trump is the one that's in charge now. He's
We're in talks, word war. I'll consider all offers.
in power and he's getting all these negative headlines. And
Yeah, I mean, so then we're agreed on that part.
that's who's talking about the Democratic Party right now? They don't have any political power. So
People are still talking about the Democratic Party, including Vanguard and Kyle Kalinske. But the focus is on Trump. I mean, they're still talking about it.
I just totally disagree with him on that. I think
On what? On what? Wait, on what?
Trump and are not actively hurting the Democratic Party. It's probably true that these days they spend most of their time going after Trump, just because Trump.
So we're right? Hang on. So you don't disagree. What do we disagree on then?
And are not. Vanguard and Kyle Kalinske spend most of their time going after Trump and are not actively hurting the Democratic Party. It's probably true that these days they spend most of their time going after Trump, just because Trump is the one that's
maybe just the second part of it he disagrees?
charge now. He's in power.
So he agrees with respect to the percentage coverage, but not in terms of the net effect on Democrats. Maybe that.
And he's getting all these
That's me being good faith. All right.
negative headlines, and who's talking.
Was I invited? I wasn't sent an invite, but I knew it was happening because I think it's possible. Like, I think Wick made an and people told me about it in my Discord. So I was aware it was happening, but I wasn't like specifically invited.
About the Democratic Party right now. They don't have any political power. So I just totally disagree with him on that.
On what, right? Like, it'd be helpful to know what. Maybe on terms of the effect on the.
I have a viewer of mine named Conduit. He made an hour and 45-minute video where he watched a week of Kyle Kalinske and he summarized what he saw.
Yeah, it was a dog shit video.
Really great video essay. I'm gonna plug him if anybody's
I did not agree.
listening. Just look Conduit.
What
Kyle
did the video say?
And
Yeah,
you'll find every time Kyle Kalinske talked about Democrats, it was disparagingly. And a lot of the stuff that he says is just wrong.
No, wait, hang on a second. No, that's not what the Conduit video showed. It showed mostly, Israel related criticism. And when they were disparaging Democrats, it related to like Israel stuff. But it never said that like Democrats are the same. And most of the time was spent on Trump. It did not at all push. I mean, we watched the whole thing. I know what's in it, and that's not the case.
Like, a lot of his premises are just wrong. A lot of the facts that he spews out are
Okay, being wrong doesn't mean you're not part of a coalition. The facts that I think are not supported have to do with like the ISIS affiliated thing. That's one. There's a question about whether Biden could have or could not have stopped the Gazan war. That's a question I think that I don't know if there's a resolvable answer there. There's the question of like how many of the previous conflicts. This was Ryan Grimm talking, not even Kyle. But other than that, what other factual things were wrong? It's like, this is why you don't use Twitter as a source. Like, they're not coming to me all the times that they were factually inaccurate. Maybe there were some positions I didn't agree with, but even if that were the case, that they were factually inaccurate, I don't think that proves, I mean, there are libs who are factually inaccurate about stuff. I really don't have any basis to believe that the video outlined all the factual inaccuracies of what they were saying. It just didn't do that. On some stuff, yeah, sure. The ISIS stuff, no doubt.
just wrong. He's constant, and he's been doing this for over 10 years. And so the idea that this guy
How much doing what over the course of 10 years? I have to like, I hate these like pronouns.
is on the same like
Line. I don't get it, but we didn't identify a single lie. Exclude them, and exclude them from what? Again, no clarity. Exclude them. What do you mean they're not part of a crew? We need to have clarity on what is meant by part of the crew, part of the coalition, part of the ship, part of the crew. But again, no identification of a single lie that I saw. By which you mean an intentional knowing falsehood. I didn't see one. That there was an example in that video of a lie? If so, where was it?
coalition as me. We do not have the same goals, clearly.
We do not have the same goals in what respect? Overall, yeah, if you disagree with anyone, you don't have the same goal in that sense. In terms of electing Democrats, I'm pretty sure they're advocating for a blue wave. And in the same respect, you clearly don't have the same goals as Joe Manchin. Because Joe Manchin, in 2024, which is the part you analyzed for the Green Party, failed to endorse.
Don't have the same goal.
Okay, let's bring some callers in.
So I think there's a ton of problems.
You guys, we'll start doing like two at a time, just to...
What is the straw man that I've erected? So this is Dumb Thump. Describe the straw man in 2 sentences. Go. You have a minute. We're looking for the straw man. Okay, the straw man feels like you want an incredibly specific definition for what being the intent is, but I don't think I ever heard you describe what would pass the threshold of not in intent. That's not a straw man, so thanks for wasting your time writing that. That's just being like, but you too, but you too. Well, to the extent that I am trying to say what I'm saying, you can ask what I mean, and I'll tell you what I mean. So, that's not a description of what a straw man is. It just totally failed to what the straw man feels like. You just use straw man to mean something you don't like. So many terms people will just use to mean I don't like the thing. We're looking for a straw man, not just you using what feels like a straw man and describing something that's not a straw man. If you want, I can help clarify what I think a straw man is. And why are you asking this question? You're so pedantic. You asked the question of a straw man. Okay. People will make claims and they'll get mad when I try to address them. That's how much the brain rot is. It's Rob Nor energy. How do you possibly disagree with us? Disagreeing is Rob Nor energy. Listening to what we're saying and addressing what we're saying is Rob Nor energy. It's so fucking funny. All right, we're gonna give you 30 more seconds. It's getting boring. Strawman is the bad faith assumption that Hutch doesn't have any examples. When did I say that Hutch doesn't have any examples? When did I show the bad faith assumption that Hutch doesn't have any examples? When did I say that or imply it? That's the straw man, is assuming something in bad faith is a straw man now. You guys have literal 1 IQ. What up, Ice Beans? You ask, when does Kyle lie? I said, when was there a lie shown in that video in response to a comment? That's not a straw man. First of all, that's not even with respect to Hutch. That was with respect to a commentator who said, lying is enough. I was responding to a commentator, not Hutch. So it's not a bad faith assumption of Hutch that he doesn't have any experience or any examples. I was talking to a commentator, and I was pointing out a flaw in the video that didn't show a lie, in my opinion, or at least I didn't see one. So just like wrong on every account. Oh, brother. All right, done with this guy. If you guys want to... I have until like probably around 6 before I need to start traveling. Maybe I can go a bit longer, catch a different train. But yeah, that's, if you guys want to like call in at some point, I'll watch like 5 more minutes and then check if you guys are in disagreements or whatever, and you guys can call in, give you guys some time to make the claim. Well, Hutch is making the same claim that Kyle is lying, and you seem to be doubting that. I'm saying that it wasn't established in the video, but I wasn't bad faith assuming that Hutch doesn't have any examples. I know that if I asked him, he would have examples of a different thing. I don't know if he'd have an example of lying by which I mean intentional falsehoods. But what you said was fucking stupid, because that wasn't a bad faith assumption I had of Hutch, and none of what you're showing shows that it's a bad faith assumption of Hutch. I was talking to a chatter, not Hutch. Debunked. Destroyed. Are you a book reader on the train? I like reading like legal opinions on the train. I don't always love reading fictional stuff on the train. I feel like bad about it's harder for me to like get into it. I also oftentimes have difficulty, this isn't used to be the case, but in moving vehicles, seeing either playing a video game or reading from a phone, it's easier on my laptop or whatever. So oftentimes it's podcast time or reading like legal filings from a bigger screen. Okay, we're gonna watch this for at least 5 more minutes.
Just to get some.
Also,
people.
Hutch, you might have blown Conduit up, but Conduit started.
Ice Bean's just like with this very chill RA pose. Hey guys, we're just gonna go over a few rules. You're not allowed to have parties on the weekdays, okay, guys? And I'm more of like a fun, chill RA, so you can ask me anything. You can come at my door. But the rules need to be enforced strictly. However, each of you has a whiteboard, and I think it would be a fun little thing to do as a little community. To every day, just put how you're feeling. Maybe spark some conversations. I'll leave you to it.
Started with me, okay?
Okay, you can claim him.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, we have teeny tiny Tony, who says that he is
Tony,
Pisco's strongest warrior.
Tony.
Oh, this is my strongest warrior.
And then we have
He's probably gonna say like some shit like proletariat or Marxist, right? Oh no. Are all my defenders gonna be like caricatures of tankies? I don't know. I haven't seen this part, I don't think.
Dev. Okay, I don't know if Dev's a Pisco guy, but we'll find out. What are your thoughts?
Address my last comment. I didn't see it. Let's see. The issue is you keep characterizing Kyle's lies as things that aren't supported. I'm just saying that for someone being a YouTuber for 10 years, Kyle's effectively lying with his inaccuracy. True. I don't see that as having been established. And again, it's you assuming Kyle's lies. I'm not assuming them. I want them to be shown. And yeah. I think it's the opposite of what you're saying. I'm the one who's not assuming things. It seems like other people are assuming things, and I'm asking them to be supported.
It's here, gang. Teeny, are you Team Pisco?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you Team Pisco or are you Team?
Yeah,
Hutch?
I am Team.
Hell
Pisco.
yeah.
Okay, well,
Tony,
give us your thoughts.
I don't even
here.
know what that means.
No, but let's get ahead of this. Tony, I'm a Destiny orbiter.
Oh, is he a snarker?
Co-sign everything
Thank you,
you
Hutch.
said.
I'm not here to talk about that. All right, thank you.
Okay, I just want to
Oh,
preempt
God.
it. I just want to preempt it.
Oh, do you guys know each other?
Are you stirring the pot already, Hutch?
I concede everything that you have to say about Destiny.
I know.
Whatever it is.
I've already
It's all
seen that,
true.
Hutch. Thank you. I've already seen
It's
that.
all of
Thank
it. All of it's true.
you, Hutch. Thank you. So, do you want me to explain why?
Yeah. What? So
Yeah, dude.
why are you Team Pisco? Go ahead.
So I am Team Pisco because in general I agree that people like Hassan and people like Mike from PA and people like these extreme tankies. They are they are in a lot of ways helping Trump win by encouraging things like the non-committed movement or the uncommitted movement, whichever that was called. But another issue with that is that this non-committed, uncommitted movement was extremely small and insignificant in the election. There's also, I know.
Okay, I have thoughts.
Hutch has seen it. There's the IMEU poll, the Institute for what's it called? Institute for Middle East Understanding Policy Project.
Is the point that they didn't have a decisive effect on the election? But that wouldn't undermine what Hutch is saying. So I don't think it's responsive, to be honest. Except to the extent that they're saying that they cost the election, but the polling stuff, it being insignificant, it doesn't mean that they're not harming Democrats overall, which is, I guess, the point. And to the extent that the point is they weren't part of the voting coalition, it doesn't address that either.
Where he's getting the 29% of voters who didn't vote for Harris in 2024, but voted for Biden. An issue with this, there are several issues, I think, with this poll and trying to extrapolate from it.
Okay.
Who was extrapolated from the poll?
Because the poll...
Oh, is the poll suggesting that lefties were causally responsible?
Is selecting specifically for people who cast... So it is polling people nationally who voted for Biden in 2020 and cast a ballot for someone else besides Kamala Harris in 2024.
Can I just ask you, like, I don't know, like,
yeah,
I guess my question
is,
do you agree with Pisco when Pisco says that Hutch is spending too much time attacking these people? So I
don't even think I say that. I never said that. Did I say that? I don't think I think my point is that there's an opportunity cost. And I would do things, I mean, I would spend my time differently. But I think I said he's not harming. I don't say, Hutch, you need to spend more time doing this. I don't think I've ever given that prescription. If you ask me what I would do, I would spend my time that differently. Maybe I did, but if I did, I'll say that's not what I'm talking about. Any specific criticism of like individuals, though, I might disagree with that as applied because it's not being true.
I understand that you agree.
You explicitly didn't say that. I don't think I did, but
with the facts of the matter that Hassan is generally leading people down taking pipelines. But as I understand it, Pisco's argument,
but I didn't claim that he's not either,
is that Hutch is spending way too much of his time and energy beefing with these guys when he should be going after Trump.
I think what I said was that there's an opportunity cost, and I don't think that he's. Maybe I did. I don't know.
Do you agree with that, and why?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so why? Why do you agree with that specifically?
But one is, I was trying to explain, like, it's a thing that was done to death on Lib and Learn. They went through these like statistical analyses, looked at the voter bases and all this, and these people just aren't that influential, but they do.
Okay, but that's not responding to what Wick just said about whether or not Hutch is doing something wrong. So there's so much talking past each other from both sides in this argument. Wick just asked a specific question. Do you agree in terms of the time spent? And I don't think that this analytical or this polls-based response speaks to Hutch's, or maybe he's saying it's so useless because they're already voting, and so spending any amount of time here just doesn't. Maybe that's the argument.
Take up. Okay. Like if you watch Hutch's stream, if you look through his YouTube uploads, a significant portion, I think, edging to 50%, maybe more, definitely more sometimes, is covering people from this snark-adjacent left, people like Hassan, people like Denims, BE, Kyle Kalinske. There seems to be like a particular fixation that he has with covering these people that is greater than I think is necessary to...
Yeah, but that's not how we establish like greater than necessary. Necessary with respect to what? Necessary with respect to the aim. That's what you need to say is the bad aim. Is the aim bad? But is it helpful and, is it strictly necessary? Probably not. But I'm not sure that it's I'm not sure that it's sort of like, what is the goal here? That's I think the question.
Say that like,
all right, I'm gonna bring in some people in a second. I just want to let this play out for another 2 minutes.
Have some bad takes, and we can kind of shove them to the side.
Okay. Well, what do you have to say to that, Hutch? You're spending over 50% of your time attacking left when you could be attacking MAGA. What's going on?
That's not much of an argument, though, is it? Like, my view is that this contingent of leftist creators are doing real damage to the discourse.
And you need to show how what you do mitigates.
I've never made the claim that you can lay the blame on disaffected lefties for Kamala's loss.
Got it. So that's off the table. And the question is, how is the coverage mitigating the harm?
I never made that case. Well, I think there's a much stronger case to make in 2016.
And you could say, I don't know that it is. It's what I want to do. And that could be a fine answer.
That might have been the case, but not in 2024. However, when we dove into the math, the logic of the math, and Ice Beans, you agreed that if somebody did not vote for Kamala Harris, that was material support. It amounted to.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with material support. I agree perhaps with certain influencers who have a bigger impact than their specific vote, but any definition of materiality, it has to exclude individuals. Or you're using materiality in some like non-standard way. But no, I don't agree that any individual voter materially lowered Kamala's chance. That's just absurd. But you might be using materiality in some non-standard way, or referring to like the activities of influencers who have power or at least influence over a larger set of people who might reasonably be thought to act in a particular way.
Material support.
No, but
for
no,
Donald Trump.
No, but me agreeing with the people who stayed home helped elect Donald Trump doesn't mean me.
I would agree with that. Help.
That's how I agree. I don't agree with how you're going forward with it.
No, I never said that.
Right?
I never said that. But you
Right.
you agreed, right? And
So,
Tony,
but it's I don't. I also don't agree that is then oppositional, right? Because these
I don't
people
understand.
Okay. When you say that these people helped elect Donald Trump,
they helped the opposition to Kamala
yes.
Harris. So how are they
Right.
not opposition?
They helped the opposition to Kamala Harris. How are they not opposition? Well, that depends on your view on what opposition is. On that view, Manchin is the opposition. I'm going to bring people in because I'm just repeating myself at this point. But it depends on what you define opposition to be. We're going to bring in Savage first. Yo, what up, Savage? No chill. Thoughts on what I'm talking about?
Hello.
Yo, mute this fucking stream.
I got you. Yeah. I was behind. Unfortunately, I don't really have a disagreement for you.
Okay.
But also, I won't take up too much of your time. If you remember, I was the guy telling you should start writing things down on screen.
Yeah, I will.
In your conversations. I think the Hutch conversation is the perfect opportunity for this, because I think you've accurately identified that the crux of the issue with Hutch in this whole conversation is the ever-shifting rule on who is in the coalition, whatever that means, or by whatever mechanism we enforce that. But I think it would be really good to, when you ask him, okay, what is the standard that we're holding, type it out on screen where he can see it, everyone can see it, and I think that would be the perfect opportunity to test out the strat.
Yeah.
I was going to say that. And then also, I would like if you could push him a bit on all this conversation is around the left flank of the coalition. I would like to see it if you could push him a bit if some of these same standards apply to the right flank or the center flank, whatever you want to call it. Because I don't know how you see this. I personally find it a little strange that he's so hung up on Kyle or the Vanguard, their past advocacy, but he doesn't seem to have any problem with someone like Richard Hanania or Connor, who I know Richard at least voted and supported MAGA. I think Connor voted for Trump at least at one point. He seems to be gleefully welcoming of those people, very uncritically, versus on the left flank. And I think I was just going to suggest that.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and I'll be sure to write it down. I think it might be helpful even to show it on screen, the sort of meaning of these terms, and then ultimately the prescriptions, the list of prescriptions, 1, 2, 3, and then specifically how I'm not following the prescriptions. Pisco fails,
right?
Because ...
I think that would be really good to just illustrate just how, I guess, shifty, I guess, him and other people who hold his position kind of are on these conversations. I guess I do have one small disagreement for you, just to, so I don't blue ball you. I believe I've heard you say in some of these tangential conversations around, elections and voting and whatnot. I think it even gets brought up in that WIC panel a bit. I don't know if you got to it. The question of like, is choosing to not vote or vote third party the same as voting MAGA? and I think I've heard you and Hutch kind of use the term like it's like mathematically the same, which kind of triggers me because it's not mathematically the same. I don't know if you still hold that position.
I mean, I'm not sure that I ever said it's mathematically the same.
Okay.
It reflects. So my view on the voting thing is that any particular vote is like meaningless. So it's all like in terms of its tendency to affect the outcome of the election. And so I'm never, when I'm saying that like this helps or hurts or whatever, I shouldn't be heard to say, well, it affects in such a way to actually matter. Like, so in the sense of a non-vote and a vote for Trump, in the sense of what their tendency to affect anything materially, any particular vote, it's like it's negligible. That said, for voting blocks, right, for groups of people, if we were to assess it overall, like a group of people who do X and a group of people who do Y, they're obviously different. I would grant that. Usually when people talk about this is what I think is happening, the third party thing, the third party voting thing, and why I think that it's wrong in this context is a bunch of stuff. One is like the kind of grifty, disingenuous nature of the people who are those things. That's kind of separate. Yeah. Two, it is reflecting a broader set of moral attitudes towards voting, where the issue with the voting wrongly isn't necessarily in its tendency to affect in some significant or determining way the election, but about what world you want to see given a set of constraints. And if the world you want to see is a world in which if people acted like you, it would entail Trump losing or something like that, or Trump winning. Or the world you want to see, let's say you take a third party candidate that just like sucks on every regard. The ultimate world you want to see, given the candidates, is like one that we disagree with. Or to the extent that you're not enforcing a norm, you're not part of the norm against, voting for the lesser of two evils in the context in which there's really only a two-party system. We think that you're wrong for all of that stuff, but not as it relates to your tendency to affect an election, because of course that would be stupid mathematically in terms of its significance. So yeah, I hope I made that clear. If I didn't, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement on most things, except I think there would be a caveat for, I think there's I don't know if it's really a strategy, but it was talked a lot more about before this last election, where like if you're in a safe blue or safe red state where it's very, very like astronomically unlikely.
Yeah, no, this is lefty cope. This, I think, what you're saying. So let me just get right to it. Are you suggesting that people who say, oh, well, it's okay because if I'm not in a swing state, we can do this kind of bullshit about because I'm never going to affect the outcome of the election with my vote? That's the kind of cope you're saying, right? That's
yeah, because it's not that that is part of it, but the I guess the broader strategy is that they want the third party to collect enough votes percentage wise to then I think at some point it gets them additional like federal funding or something like that. Like that's like the strategy. So it's like in a place where ultimately your vote won't matter.
It will never individually matter from that. No, it's not. It is all like, we are not determining whether something is moral based on the 0.00000000001 percentage chance marginal increase in the likelihood to be materially harmful in a state in which it's about a safe state versus a swing state. No, but it's not, right? Because no one makes a moral calculus that way. Well, if I was in a swing state where I would have a 0.00000000002% chance to affect an election, then it would change my how it would judge the virtue of getting up to the 5% threshold, whatever the threshold is, versus a 0.000000001 chance. It is fucking dumb. No one thinks that way. It's not motivating anybody, and even if true, the expected value is so marginal as to be laughable. That's my opinion.
I don't think that it is that marginal, because I think in a place like Pennsylvania, the expected value for your vote to affect the outcome is
astronomically low.
It is astronomically low, but it is still orders of magnitude higher than your chance in California. Both can be astronomically low, because one could be 0.05 zeros or 10 zeros, and the other one could be point
Okay,
and
grant-
20 zeros.
Grant. Let me grant it. Grant that there's a magnitude, order of magnitude difference between them. The result is still so minor, so insignificant that it would not rationally explain a difference in choice here.
Or are you saying no? Are you saying would it rationally explain someone's
No,
motivation?
Like it would not. No.
Well, what if they? But if they tell you that's their motivation?
Okay, then by definition, everything is rational because you're always going to do what you want to do, and therefore it's rational because everything that's affected towards your desires.
I'm not saying it. Well, no, I'm not saying it's rational in that sense. But I'm trying to clarify. Are you saying that we should not make moral calculuses like that?
No. I'm saying if what you mean by rational is given a preference for that mattering to someone, so assume that their preference is that this matters or that is their perspective. Assume that is what they want.
I'm talking about your preference.
Yeah. Wait, what are you asking with respect to my preference?
I'm saying, okay, I guess your preference would be: would you rather that person, vote? I guess the choices is Democrat in California, or would you rather them vote third party?
Democrat.
Right. Okay, and so your rationale for that is that it just is that astronomically low chance is worth more than, I don't know, whatever benefit getting the third party to whatever fucking percentage is.
No. So my preference for people voting for Democrat, any individual person voting for Democrat, is I think that there's a value in a self-standing value independent of the tendency of a particular vote to affect the election in being engaged in the democratic process, and that it's worth the cost of voting. That the cost of voting, even if significant, that having any particular person, my expectation is that they will get an emotional value, feeling of community participation value, signaling value greater than the cost of their individual boots walking to the voting booth. That's my individual explanation for the rationality of voting on that view. But it isn't with respect to the individual tendency of an individual vote to affect the outcome, because that would be irrational. If your goal, right, and you would agree with this, right? If your only goal is to affect the outcome of the election, that's your only goal, it's irrational to vote. Agreed?
Right, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's not
But
my...
But I'm saying, you just gave that's the rationale for voting, period. But I mean voting...
No, that's what I think justifies it.
Voting Dem versus voting, I don't know, fucking Green Party.
If you give a person who has a self-standing, independent, desire to vote for Green Party and is voting for the Green Party rational towards that end, then by definition, right, you've assumed an actor who's intended to vote, who sees voting for the Green Party as good, and therefore voting for that Green Party is by definition good. It's just trivially true. But what we're talking about is someone... Stop. What we're talking about isn't that person. We're talking about a person who justifies voting for a Green Party candidate on that view in California, but not in Pennsylvania. And that's what I take to be irrational, unless you assume someone who has those preferences and wants to actualize them, in which case we're just running into the same problem of circularity when it comes to rationality.
Well, I guess my perspective would be somebody who is in Pennsylvania who uses that rationale. I would say you're wrong. The risk of you tossing the
negligible. Is negligible, yes or no? Is negligible, yes or no?
Negligible.
Is negligible, yes or no? They're both negligible.
No, it has to be. No, it has to be compared to the California one, because that's the two different cases we're comparing.
No. Listen to me. Listen to my fucking words. Grant that it's orders of magnitudes increased chance to affect the election in California or Pennsylvania. It is still essentially zero chance in both cases. Notwithstanding
but it's
that,
not zero.
It would not. It is in every case. It's not zero, right? It's not zero in California, right? Right. Is it not? Okay, and it's not zero.
You have to compare the California to the Pennsylvania case.
We just did, and I just granted. Grant orders of magnitude increased chance in Pennsylvania versus California. I just granted it. I just compared them. Yes or no? Did I just compare them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just compared them, and after I compared them, said, "Wow, it's still essentially zero for both."
Right.
So it still would be irrational to have a difference in outcome here based on a prior of, well, it's more risky. Because the risk in absolute terms, regardless of the relative comparison, is so close to zero as to be fucking insane to motivate action unless you assume an incentive structure that takes those that marginal difference into account. But then you're just dealing with a very odd person where I'm like motivated by like an order of magnitude difference chance in something, even though it's essentially zero for both.
Oh, wait, why do you keep introducing this person? Like, you're saying, that would be an odd person
because you try to do this.
I'm not talking about their motivation.
You try to say,
about their motivation.
You tried to introduce this problem where, well, what if they want to do it? What if they want to do it? And I'm like, okay, well, if they want to do it, then I suppose if what you mean by rational is in accord with what they want to do, then by definition, it's rational.
If I made any claim about whether it's quote unquote rational, I didn't mean to make it that. I'm talking about
what's your claim?
Morally correct.
Okay,
I'm not talking about like
morally correct.
I agree with you that if we're playing on the hinges of different people's desires, yeah, you can make almost anything rational. I'm not trying to say it's rational.
Is any part of the morality of voting in the modern American election system related to a tendency to affect the outcome for an individual?
I think that is a component. Yes.
No, it's you're stupid if you think that, right? If you think that an individual, that part of my morality is, well, I have a essentially zero chance to affect the outcome, and that's part of my moral analysis. You have a non-zero chance of every time you walk to the street that you could be part of a butterfly effect that causes the death of 10 babies. But you wouldn't say, well, it's immoral for me to walk in the street because I guess it's a non-zero chance, right? You wouldn't analyze it that way, correct?
I think you
correct. Would you analyze it that way or not? Use the hypothetical I just used. Don't fucking dodge it.
You said the
if I said, well, walking outside presents a non-zero chance of being part of a butterfly effect that causes the death of 10 human babies, therefore it's immoral to walk on the street. You agree with those things? Would it be immoral on that view? Yes or no? Answer the fucking question.
No, because the expected value.
It's so low that it would be irrational to let that affect your moral calculus. Same thing with the voting. That isn't why the rationale for voting. If your rationale for voting as an individual, again, as an individual, I'm going to say it 10 more times. As an individual, okay, you don't have to say it. But as an individual, if it's in part to affect the outcome of the election, you are stupid.
Well, I think you underestimate how low sometimes the probability can be. Like how many votes did it come down to in Florida in 2000?
Not one.
Right, but I think it's never.
So the Florida, one of the closest elections ever. You agree?
Yeah.
Is an example of that proves my point, right?
No, because you have to make the moral calculus before we have the results of the election.
Oh, I know, but it's informed by. Is it informed by prior elections or not?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that Florida example is another example of it not turning on one vote.
It's about the probability of that.
It's very low, as in the situations where they're very, very close elections. It doesn't turn on one vote. So you're cooked, aren't you?
You would agree that probably. No. It can be very low, but I think you're saying it's so low that it's literally not even a consideration. The difference between
it would be irrational.
Somebody not.
Yes. I am saying that because only a very, very what I think is an odd person, a person who is abnormal, would say, technically my chance effective election in Pennsylvania is 0.0002, and my chance effective in California is 0.000001, and therefore that difference, that marginal difference, is why it's wrong to vote for Kamala in California, or at least it's morally permissible not to vote for her in California, and it's morally obligatory to vote for Kamala in Pennsylvania. That's fucking cooked.
I don't know why you say that's an odd person. A lot of people hold the position of...
Because they're stupid. Because they're weirdos. Because they haven't thought about it.
This feels like you say, they're stupid for thinking, and then you say only a stupid person would think it. Like, I don't know, why do you even introduce whether or not...
No, because if you think this, you're cooked. If you think, oh, wow, it's so morally wrong to vote for Kamala in Pennsylvania, or you have an obligation to vote for Kamala in Pennsylvania, but not in California because you could really change the result in Pennsylvania as an individual, then you're just like, well, hang on a second. They're both essentially zero.
But you keep comparing them to zero and absolute,
your vote to add your voice.
another.
Your vote to add your voice to the collective. That's not what we're talking about here. That's not what we're talking about here. Honestly, it is crazy how these bad arguments continue to rear their heads. No one's talking about your signaling stuff. No one's talking about your societal community thing. I'm talking about the chat. I'm talking about the chat.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
No one's talking about signaling, community, being part of the thing. That's exactly what I'm not talking about. That's where I find the value is signaling value, is self-standing, independent emotional value, is doing the exercise of democracy, to just be like, those are the kind of self-standing, independent benefits to just going to the vote, being engaged in the process at all, which I put separate from the instrumental effect on the election itself. You understand that? You have you agree for both the California case and the Pennsylvania, an individual, with respect to their voting decision, has an effectively 0% chance of affecting the outcome, correct? By essentially zero, we mean so close to zero as, multiple 0.000000 in a presidential election. Agreed?
Oh, wait, you're back to me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I think there's a difference in the amount of zeros, but yes.
Okay, I agree. Difference in the amount of zeros, but both essentially like zero, like in terms of how unlikely they are. They're highly unlikely events. And so given that they're both incredibly unlikely events, why, in virtue of that, would it make any sense for an individual to premise their decision as between two events like that?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm strange, so I can't, I guess, speak for a regular person. I think about these things in terms of expected value or whatever. So I mean, I guess I'll just, that might just be me. But so then I guess I want to back up a second and then say, then what is the basis for your criticism of somebody who says, I'm just not going to vote?
I don't want you just to disengage on that. And I will engage on the second part, and I will answer what you're saying.
Okay.
But on the first part of it,
where we're at?
all right. Suppose someone tells you, "Hey, if you go and let's say that you really, really want an Eggo McMuffin, okay, and you have a choice, a McMuffin, or you can go to the pancake shop and get a pancake, but you really want a McMuffin, or Eggo waffle. Sorry, Eggo waffle versus pancake, and you want the waffle, and you get a lot of value from the waffle, and someone tells you, don't you know? The problem is, if you go get a waffle right now, I know that more kids frequent the store where Eggo waffles are, and the pancake store has basically no traffic whatsoever. And the way that they do it, like there's no chance of any kid dying or anyone else dying at the store. But at the Eggo waffle store, there's a 0.00000000000000000000001 chance that you would accidentally slip into a kid, like a Rube Goldberg machine. The kid would hit another kid, a box would fall on his head, and they would both die or something like that. At the pancake store, there's only a 0.0000000000000000002%.
Let's call it double the amount of zeros.
2% chance of that. Would you be like, wow, you really, really shouldn't go get a waffle. You need to go get a pancake.
No, because I think at that point the expected values of that would mean that the math in my head would work out such that the happiness that you would derive from getting your desired food would outweigh the expected outcome of the kid getting fucked up.
It's so trivial, right? It's so trivial that it can't be guiding our inquiry. To the extent that we're motivated to vote for anyone at all, that is going to be the guiding inquiry. And any difference in the percentage chance of the instrumental value of the bad event is negligible. We can ignore it.
I guess what my point is that there can be a difference in magnitude between the two.
Granted, there's a difference in magnitude. Stop repeating that.
Wait.
It's so frustrating.
No. Can I finish? No, but can I finish the point? Can I wrap it back around? I understand that you grant that. But my point is that the difference that we both agree that is there, once applied to something that actually super fucking matters, like Donald Trump being elected, which I mean, I don't know if this sounds crazy.
Does kids dying matter? Do kids dying matter?
How many kids?
Two kids. Does that matter?
Two kids dying compared to
Does it
Trump being
matter?
elected?
No, I'm not comparing those two.
It does matter.
Wait. Okay,
But I'm saying, okay, but the magnitude of that harm
guys have
does
brain worms.
matter in the math of the calculator.
Yeah, but they're negligible. They're negligible. It's negligible. There's a difference, but it's negligible because it would be insane to let that guy drink for it.
Wait, you think it's negligible, the difference between Trump being elected versus two kids dying?
Oh my God! All right, so that's not what I'm talking about.
Wait, maybe
I'm not comparing that. I'm not comparing that. I'm applying the logic.
That's what I was.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Because what I'm saying is,
you know I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna do another hypothetical, which incorporates the end of the world, right? You know that I'm gonna do that.
That would just change my answer. That would change my answer.
But if it does, okay, so let's do that, right? Let's say that going to go get this is a hypothetical. Going to get the Eggo waffle has a 0.1 chance of being the butterfly effect that causes the destruction of the entire universe.
Yep.
And going to get the pancake has just 0.5 trillion 0.1 chance of being the thing that causes the end of the universe. Would that be, would you be like, well, I can't go get the fucking waffle. I need to go get the pancake.
So yeah, I would actually say that. Yeah, if
you are fucking
insane.
insane. You are fucking insane. I'm ending the call. Sorry, you're insane. I'm sorry.
Okay,
you can come back later. I can't. I can't. It's so ridiculous that it needs to be a troll. The example was 1 trillion zeros. You know how many fucking a trillion is? 1 trillion zeros. 1 trillion zeros. And look at Ogre Boy's contribution. You're arguing across the board mental approach for people making themselves pick the lesser even when they're ordinary wouldn't as a message and attacking it like a solo choice. You're shooting them as though that we're talking about messaging, as though we're talking about signaling. Totally misses the point. Has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And this is why people get frustrated sometimes with the lefties. Because, and I'm going to be honest, and this is not inappropriate for me to take this tone with the Ogre Boy at all. Because when you ask Hassan, don't you think you should have voted for Kamala? They will do anything but address what's being talked about, right? Anything but to address that. And it pisses me the fuck off. I'm arguing across the board. What the fuck does this even mean? I don't even think you could define it, Ogre Boy. I don't even think you know what you mean by this word and how it's going to relate to the conversation. And you're going to, if you were to come on, we would have a conversation and you'd be like, okay, I guess it doesn't relate to what you're talking about at all. It's a side point about how Democrats should message, as though that's what we're talking about. Like we're having a meta conversation about how Dems should signal. Like anyone should take my view and be like, hey guys, mathematically your vote doesn't matter. So like, as though I'm arguing for it, as though I'm fucking arguing this point, as opposed to having the conversation with someone who cares to get into the weeds about it. As though I'm saying Democrats should be saying that your vote doesn't matter and that it will never affect anything. So why go vote? It is mind-boggling how much this breaks brains. Oh, was that you, Ian? I'll be fine. No, it's about how you break through to hesitant people. I'm not arguing that what I just did is the best way to break through to people, streamers, and Dem representatives, or not Dem representatives. I'm not saying that that's the best way. I am just having the conversation. I'm having a conversation, and I'm just having it. I'm not saying that the conversation I'm currently having is the best way to not attract any group of people. I'm having a conversation. And so when you bring up and say, well, this conversation, and it's such a Wick thing to do too, because Wick will sometimes do this. Sometimes he doesn't. Fairness of Wick. He'll be like, you know what the problem is? The problem is we're even here. The problem is we're even talking about this. That's the problem. Don't you just want to vomit in your mouth? Okay, we can have a conversation about whether this conversation is worth having. And on some level, we're having a conversation whether these sorts of criticisms are worth having or whatever. But in the sense of the conversation, whether the conversation about conversations is worth having, I'm not having that conversation. Sorry, but you made the stakes the end of the universe. That's a bullet I was going to bite. That you seriously, if someone told you a trillion, not that the end of the universe isn't a big deal, but that 1 trillion zeroed chance, 0.1, of ending the universe by eating a waffle versus 500 billion 0.01 chance of the pancake, that you'd be like, oh shit, yes, I gotta go have a pancake. That would really be you'd be like, that makes sense to me, that I would change my conduct according to that. Let me tell you what you already know. The value you get from eating the waffle versus the pancake in that instance is worth more than the chance of the differential in chance. The eating and enjoyment of you and only you, of one and only one waffle, it was worth more than that difference. That's how insignificant the change there is. And nothing's like pisses me off more than, I'm sorry, Ogre, I kind of jumped on Ogre, but when they're like, the problem is you guys are even talking about this. You think this is the way to appeal to voters? Is to castigate them on their Green Party votes? You think that's the way you're going to appeal to voters? Is by having this conversation in the first place? Like, nothing could be further from the fucking point. Pisco doesn't understand electoralism. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I'll grant it. Yes, these kinds of conversations probably don't push forward Democrat narratives, probably don't in the long run have a tendency to increase like the very conversation I was having is probably not going to help Democrats. Grant it. I should just, you know what I should do to appeal to Ogre Boy? I should just agree with what was said. I should just agree. Actually, you know what? It does make sense. That would be the responsible thing to do, is to just agree when I don't agree. That would be praxis. Ogre Boy, let's give him an opportunity to defend himself. What's up, bro?
Okay, every time, and hold on, you know what? I'm not going to use hyperbolic language. I'm not going to say every time when I've only heard this happen maybe 3 times. Okay, so to be hyper specific, the 3 times that I've heard you talk to somebody and they mention swing states and lesser evil voting, it's been one of the few times that I've ever heard you raise your voice, get feisty, get fiery, and start going into the 0.0000001 stuff over and over again. In the course of those, one of the times was with me. I think you kind of miss out on something that to a broad, like, it's not, you're arguing past what I think a lot of people are saying in so much that you're saying the individual should always be doing what they think is best for society, sort of a thing. In that, you are not wrong. I will give you that up front. That is how everybody should be approaching voting, et cetera, et cetera. As a mechanism, though, to attack I don't want to vote for the lesser evil because it's still less evil, and you have this huge arsenal in your tool bag, and you have the ability to approach someone and go, look, do you want Trump to get in office? Yes or no? No. They're going to say no. Hopefully they're going to say fucking no, right? So in turn, you go, look, I understand it. If I were to agree with you in a lot of different ways, blah, 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 but ultimately, look, at a minimum, are you in a swing state? And they go, well, yeah, I am. And then you go, look, at the end of the day, your vote probably matters more. Even if it's 0.00000, all that shit that you normally say, you could at least have this fulcrum that you can nudge. And I know this because I've done it myself to 2 people. It's anecdotal, IRL, be that as it may. But someone I was pressuring for almost a fucking year to be Trump hesitant. They finally jumped the shark and they're like, I still don't feel like voting, but what the fuck? This guy's insane. And I'm like, dude, do you live in a swing state? And he said, yes. And then I'm like, here's what you have to do, man. This is it. And that was the thing that pushed that person towards not voting for Trump. I talked them out of voting fucking third party. They ended up voting for Biden in 2020. Like, I think, yes, I don't want to loop, but like as an individual thing, you're completely correct. But I'm talking about when people approach that, especially if you live in a swing state rhetoric, that's not something you should necessarily get flamingly pissed off over, because as a tool, it can be effective.
I absolutely grant everything you just said as a tool to say, hey, you live in a swing state, you need to vote. But if someone comes up and says it actually is rational and here's why, you're like, are you saying that I should agree when it's stupid?
Why is it stupid?
For the reasons I just stated. Or do you want to have that argument, or do you want to say that argument isn't helpful?
So does it boil down to the everybody should be their best angels, or is it to boil down to trying to convince somebody? Like I said, Sam Cedar does the same thing, right? And to a lot of people, he's lib as fuck. Like, it's this notion of let's be pragmatic. Let's go ahead and figure out a way to make someone hold their nose and fucking pull the lever when they would just as soon pick the couch.
Yeah. Say a bunch of stuff that appeals to their emotions. Like, but you live in a swing state, dude. What if it could be your vote that makes a difference? Yeah, I guess that kind of thinking, which is irrational, might motivate people to vote.
So the individual, when aimed at the individual, you're right. But what happens if the loyal order of Pennsylvania swing state reluctant voters gets together and that turns into 10,000 people?
Yeah, that's clearly that. I mean, how many times do I have to say that's not what I'm talking about?
So why do you? Okay.
You heard me say that. I don't understand why. Like, you hear me say, I'm not talking about creators. I'm not talking about, the signaling value, which I consider to be self-standing from the instrumental effect on the actual election. I'm not talking about broader.
Where do you think some of these comments come from? They roll downhill from the people that we hear.
No,
right?
No.
So
That wasn't the argument.
Say that.
No. The argument wasn't creators shouldn't say this. What I'm saying, because it depresses votes. The argument was it actually does make sense on an instrumental theory. By instrumental here, I mean in the sense of affecting the outcome of the election. Now, you can make a separate argument, which is saying that your vote matters more in swing states. That will have, as a creator, will do good for the election. But that's just not what the guy came in here to argue. What the guy came in here to argue was that it actually makes sense. In other words, it is a good justification to consider the difference in instrumental value of an individual's vote given a swing state versus a safe state. That's what's ridiculous. Now, you can say what you say, which is like, yeah, creators in that position, maybe to try to get people who don't quite think about it on board, should say things like your vote matters more in swing states. But that's just being like, yeah, you should like lie and stuff.
Why do presidential candidates spend as much time as they do in the swing states then?
You know the answer to that, and it's insulting that you even asked that question. You know the answer to that.
Why?
And you know the answer to that, and it's insulting you even asked that question. And I want you to try to give the explanation for what I would say in response to that.
I won't allow any pregnant pauses this time, so that for the sake of editing, I don't know.
I'm not going to make this into a short. Okay, you don't know what I would respond to that. That I'm not talking about what candidates or public commentators say that could affect many people's votes that could have material effect on the election outcomes. And to that extent, when an official,
these things are tied together. They can't be disconnected because it's the way that people look at it across the board.
I can't examine the arguments independently of each other. I can't. Why can't I? In virtue of what can't I? What do you mean I can't?
If I say, hold on, one dude sitting in a fucking sensory deprivation chamber that nobody knows about and who and what he decides to vote for, that, sure, if you want to dial it down to that level. I'm saying that when it comes down to it, the candidates and the amount of time they spend in very specific states for very specific reasons, it's because they know they need to win those states probably more than anything else, right?
What have I said that's contradictory? And all that sort of shit. What have I said that contradicts any of that?
So we're moving between the individual person shouldn't say that my vote matters. My vote matters more because it's a swing state. Where do you think they get that from?
Stop.
Where do you think they get that from?
Stop. You're clearly not listening. Did I say based on what someone says, you shouldn't say something? You should say this. What am I? Do you think that any of my analysis or argument has to do with what people should say?
No.
No. Not, so why are you saying things I don't
what you're saying?
Okay, so I'm not talking about, in fact, what people should or should not say, or indeed where candidates should or should not campaign. I'm not saying that. And so anything that deals with what people should say, where candidates should or should not campaign, what public people should say in order to get their side to. It's just not responsive to what I'm talking about, and so
You're
it's a waste
talking
of your
about
breath.
the weight. You're talking about the weight of votes. I'm trying to draw attention to the fact of where candidates go because they know that those states are more important.
As though
correct?
it's contradictory to my point, which I grant. I grant that candidates spend more time, obviously, in swing states.
So candidates spend more time in swing states because they know they need those voters more. Content creators turn
yes.
around, and when they are trying to push messaging to support candidates, and they do happen to dial in and say that, especially if you're in a swing state, you need to make sure that you vote for the Democrat. You're also okay with that. But when the final person at the bottom of the food chain turns around and talks about that and says that, hey, my vote probably does matter to.
I'm not talking about saying. I'm not talking about saying. I'm not talking about saying.
You say that that's fucking dumb.
So I'm not talking about saying. I'm not talking about saying. And you now just recognize that my argument doesn't go to what influencers say or what candidates say. So you agree. I don't want to hear you bring that up again. Do you agree not to bring it up again in that because my argument doesn't deal with it? Okay. So no longer, because we're not talking about that, you don't have to bring it up. All I'm talking about isn't on what anyone actually says at all. I'm not criticizing for anyone. And did you hear me criticize someone for saying, with respect to that effect on the election, that you shouldn't say that swing votes matter more? I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, if you actually believe as an individual that you are more justified to vote third party in California versus in Pennsylvania on the in virtue of the instrumental effect of your vote, that's fucking insane. That's my argument. Doesn't have to do with what people say. Doesn't have to do with what influencers say or politicians do. It's that and only that. Is that any view by a person which in their own mind justifies a vote for Kamala in Pennsylvania but not in California based on the instrumental value of an individual's vote is fucking stupid. That's my position. And none of what you said refutes it at all.
Okay. All right.
You agree or not? The
To a
signaling
certain
value is
extent,
also less. No. I agree.
To a certain extent,
I want to address it. Let me address something in the comment. Let me address a comment. The signaling value is also less. That's the kind of thing where I'm like, okay, if we're talking about the signaling value, I agree that the signaling value of you doing the vote in the swing state might have a bigger effect. Maybe it justifies a differential in action. I'm less convinced of that, depending on the size of your platform or whatever. And now that we're more an integrative, cohesive online whole, I think these are less distinguished. People just don't distinguish them as much. They're looking more at the bottom line of what you do. But you can make that argument, but that's specifically not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about signaling value. I'm talking about instrumental value of the vote itself. That's what I'm talking about. That's the only thing I'm talking about. But sorry, you said you still kind of disagree. On what grounds do you kind of disagree?
The way I think people still come across their perspective on a lot of this shit, and especially if you did factor in third party, granted, this isn't a defense of Jill Stein because I think she's a fucking grifter, but the idea of a third party maybe finally getting 5% nationwide voting, so therefore and the follow-on sorts of like
it's the same
federal,
problem
benefits. Why?
It's the same problem.
So if you think
it's the same problem.
If you thought, can I fucking finish the justification? Because ultimately, if you did think that California was going to end up going to Harris and it was a lock, right? Whether that was true, false, or indifferent, if someone had that belief, that thought process, Harris is going to get this. I don't like what she's doing. I know California is a deeply blue state. I am going to go ahead, and I am not advocating for this personally. I'm talking about the math behind it. If someone turned around and said, in the goal of having a third party, whatever that third party might be, hit a 5% threshold so that maybe there could start to be another voice in the country besides the duopoly, right? That they decide, because I'm not in a swing state, I'm going to go ahead and vote third party this time from my deep blue state, that there would be potentially a little bit better of a justification for California versus Pennsylvania. Yes.
Your 5% argument reproduces the same issue, and I want to know if you can understand why without me telling you. But do you see why it reproduces the same issue?
The same issue of the individual should still understand that their vote is exactly the same, but at the 0.01% level?
Well, almost. That what is the odds that your vote is the deciding factor for 5% in any given context?
I mean, but if we're going to beat that to death, then
Answer
nobody should
it.
vote.
Answer the question. No, that's exactly what I'm not saying. Why do you say? I didn't say that it's not rational to vote. I said this argument isn't rational. So do you understand what the problem is by saying, but you could be the deciding factor for 5% from an instrumental perspective?
You could be this. Yes, and you could also end up being the decide. I started off with saying I don't necessarily subscribe to this, but I'm saying the logic is there. But you're saying that it could also be that I am the 0.001% thing that allows Trump to take California, as opposed to in my third party vote going for the Green Party.
What are the odds that your individual vote from an instrumental perspective has the effect of pushing you into the 5%, being the thing that is causative, the but-for condition of the 5%? What are the odds of that?
Do I have to say 0.0?
Yeah, so you're reproducing the same issue, which is any perspective from the individual point of view regarding the instrumental effect of your vote. Doesn't matter if the threshold is 5% or if it is the margin of difference in a given state. Right?
Okay.
Some of the margins in stop. Some of the margins in the given states are less than 5%. So obviously you're just reproducing the issue with respect to a different threshold that's even bigger in some of these other swing states. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but then this also finally circles back to, or maybe not circles back because it hasn't been really touched on, but part of this circles back to, at a certain point, it also has a lot to do with how the individual voter sees the candidate and the desirability of the candidate, and if the candidate is meeting what they feel to be their needs, goals,
but that's not what I'm talking about, though. But that's not what I'm talking about.
That's why people.
But that's not what I'm talking about. But that's not what I'm talking about.
But
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to explain why people have this thought process either. Am I giving a descriptive case for why they think this? Am I?
You're still passing a judgment on it regardless? No?
Am I giving a
dumb, right?
Am I giving
Ogre?
Am I giving a descriptive claim for how people come to this thought process?
No.
So that's not in the scope of what I'm saying.
You're casting you're still casting a wide net at the end of the day to say that you so far I've presented like 3 or 4 different lanes. And if you want to say they're dumb, that's fine. But at each one, I'm not talking about that.
I've granted. Yes,
so
I've granted.
To explore
no, I've granted. No. You're acting that I'm not trying to talk about that. I'm not trying to talk about how people come to this. Do you understand that I'm not trying to talk about that?
But they're just dumb for thinking it.
This argument is dumb. Dumbness is like I say things that are dumb. People can have it more like. I'm being hyperbolic when I say you're a fucking idiot if you think this. It's obviously related to the argument itself, and a lot of people haven't thought about it this way. And so doesn't mean that they have low IQ. I say this is a low IQ argument. So to the extent that I was broader than that, it's not always intuitive. Even smart people will understand it when it's not like presented to them ever, or they haven't thought about it. So I'm just talking about with respect to this argument, this is a dumb argument in that it doesn't make any sense. But I'm not unreasonable. I'm not saying, it doesn't make sense for people to campaign in swing states. Never said that. I never said, maybe saying, if you're in a swing state, it's really important for you to vote, wouldn't urge some on the fence people who are in the swing states who matter more and a larger group of them to go vote in a way that is dispositive. I've never said that or claimed that. I think that might make sense, actually. I never tried to give a descriptive accounting for how people come to this opinion. So everything you're saying is not addressing the thing I'm saying, and that's why I'm frustrated, because whenever this topic comes up, about instrumental value, and I have to agree with people in the chat, it just seems like there are people who want to create a permission structure for their individual vote with respect to like some sort of rational calculus about how it'll affect the outcome. But when that comes into play, it all falls apart. What they have to say is something different. What they have to say is the kinds of things that you were alluding to, which is Kamala Harris didn't meet my minimum bar or something like that, or some sort of substantive opinion regarding signaling value, regarding feelings with respect to the candidate, the worlds we want to see. That's where the actual thing is. And I think a lot of leftists shy away from it because they realize what's coming when we talk about that. They want to say it's harmless, that it's harmless what we did.
Well, no, it's not what we did thing, but it feels like, okay, so even if I granted you that, what it still comes across like, so you're talking about the one of the two directions that the door swings, because you're saying when you end up saying that that's dumb, it still comes across like using it as a okay. So maybe I only heard in defense or as a means of a mea culpa or an apology or whatever to try to say that maybe I only heard half of it or what have you. Right? I heard the latter half, and maybe I had a little bit of PTSD from a couple of the last times I heard this being discussed. But it still feels like the last half of the utility of at least using that as a mechanism to get someone to vote where they wouldn't have. It's dismissive of that.
I don't really have a
if
thought
you're not
process of
saying
that.
you're doing that,
Yeah,
if you're not saying you're doing that, okay.
Yeah,
I just the way that the means to which people come to that end, I think shouldn't necessarily
if
be
that
dismissed.
creates a permission structure for lefties who are irrational to vote for Kamala in swing states, fine. If Majority Report, if Hassan wants to say, listen, I'm not telling you have to vote for Kamala, but I do say that you should vote for Kamala if you live in a swing state. If he says something like that, would I be criticizing him for it? No. I think it's stupid from the actual argument, but if he said that, I don't think people would have a problem with it.
No, don't misunderstand me. I'm in here because I'm arguing it. I don't give it. I'm using them as examples of at least somebody, or when I mentioned the Majority Report, I'm trying to find someone that's less objectionable to the overall audience to which I'm speaking
I'll take
to
Hassan.
But I don't give I don't want to fall into the trap of like, sir, you are diminishing the word of my favorite streamer. Like, I don't want to do that. This is like something I actually believe in. That's why I'm here arguing it. I discourage the Hassan all you want. I don't give a fuck. Like, that's what I'm trying to say in this moment.
Yeah, I think it is manipulating NPCs to a certain extent. I mean, there's a chatter that says manipulate NPCs with your stupid talking points. Unfortunately, I think that's like what we have to do oftentimes. Like, if you live in a swing state, it's extra important that you vote as an individual, right? Like, now, if what's meant by that is these states matter more, and you're just kind of like shifting in like, oh, so maybe you should vote more, you should be more desire to vote there, I can understand it. But I do think it's manipulating NPCs. I do think that. But I think that's like part of electioneering and part of appeal is unfortunately like manipulating with some arguments that are not good. And so I wouldn't like come out and be like, wow, I condemn Hassan for saying you should only vote for Kamala if you live in a swing state or something, or I only think that you should my audience in the swing state. I wouldn't come out and say that, even though I think it like internally about the argument itself, because I actually do think it's intuitive to me why that might put an urgency on larger groups of people in those respective swing states. I would prefer if they just said everywhere vote for Kamala, but it would be sufficient for me on that view. But again, like that's not what we're talking about. It's not what I'm talking about.
This is. I want to ask you about the last thought, and then I'll go away. Much to the glee of several of your chatters.
No, I mean these conversations are good. It triggers me. That's all.
Well, sure, and we're bringing the energy back down, and this is we've lived out. Now we're learning. Yeah. Now we're learning. So. You've said, hold on, I want to revisit the exact thing you said. You were basically, fuck, I lost it. You were talking about, you were talking about the individual element or the, I was going to mention, when it comes down to like how they campaign and things of that, I had a thought, and then you said something else that was even probably better. I don't even fucking remember now. All right, you know what? I was going to ask you something about.
If Hassan said something like, "I'm only telling the audience to vote for Kamala in swing states," I'd be like, "Grown," but I wouldn't be out and like, "Oh my god, can you believe he said that?" Like, it might be that's his calculation in creating a permission structure for things that matter.
Because it was. I was gonna half ask a framing about like why. I was wondering if that was you or me. You know what? I can't even remember what the thing was, so it's not even that big a deal. I'm sure this will come up again. All right, thanks, bud.
All right, later, man. Peace out. Stay cool. Is that any better? Testing 1, 2, 3. I don't know why it does that. These are good cables, so maybe it's just like the connection to the mic itself. Sorry, I get triggered by that voting thing because it really does feel like they want to make it make sense that they voted third party or something by saying, oh, it was harmless, oh, it didn't matter. I guess if what you mean by instrumental, none of it matters. And so that's why it triggers me, because it actively feels like you're trying to hide the ball and not listen to what I'm saying. Okay. I think there's one more person, then we might call it. Unless there's a big disagreeer. What up, Marshmallow? Helicopter, helicopter. Hello? You're garbling up. I can't hear you. It's bad. It's really, really bad. It's very horrible. You might need to check your check your shit. It's no, it's not working. Nope. Try fucking with your shit. All right. Right now, you're just hurting our ears. Yeah, you're gonna have to check your shit. No one understands you. All right. I'll give this guy additional few minutes while we watch a little bit more of this, and see if he comes back.
You don't treat them the same.
Why? They're opposition.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No. Okay, yes, but you're misunderstanding. You're acting as if they were your enemy. Which, for the purpose, if you look at it as a zero-sum game, they are your enemy. If you treat them like your enemy, that's fine. If that's your approach you want to take, I just don't agree that's the.
It's just what you. It seems like people like you guys have more of an issue with me treating them like enemies when they proudly, openly position themselves as enemies.
I agree with you. I agree with you that they are. Can I speak?
Yeah.
I agree with you that they are opponents. They are opponents.
And in what sense? Opponents in which sense? And that's why I think this part of the definition of opposition coalition hasn't been cashed out. Because on this view, again, Manchin would be considered an opponent on this view, on the clarity that we've established so far. So we just need the problem is rearing its head again and again and again.
They can be problems to overcome, that they can create problems to overcome, but that their influence is very small, especially compared to the amount of coverage that you give them.
This is a kind of like, you should be perfectly efficient, otherwise you're doing something wrong argument with streaming, which everyone would fail, including myself. Because like we spent all that time going to Katie Miller's thing, and I wouldn't be able to justify that as like the optimal use of my time. And so you need to be like clear what the standard is. The standard can't just be, do you optimally use your time? It needs to be like some threshold of costs of missed opportunity, and not just mere opportunity cost and some other thing. Or maybe like again, it can't just be, do you behave optimally in terms of your coverage, because I will fail under that standard every single day.
You seem to think that there should be some standardized mathematical formula where I guess we're just going to take all the social media channels of every. Hold on, let me just say something real quick. You can speak. We should tally up the total viewership of each individual political channel.
Right. I mean, it's impossible, and everyone would fail.
And then assign like a numerical value. Okay, like let's say, conservatives control like 60% of the airwaves, and lefties control like 40% or whatever. And then I'm supposed to fit in just like, your idea of proportionality means nothing to me, because there is no issue in my mind with, if I wanted to focus 100%, literally 100% on lefties that I think are damaging the.
Yeah, you should have some sort of like threshold, some sort of like significance of coverage, or is he failing to meet that like some sort of standard or like significant. But even then, you wouldn't apply this to gaming streamers. You wouldn't apply this to other kinds of streamers that don't even talk about politics. So it really needs to be, what the prescription is on this front needs to be put out there. Like, you're doing something wrong. There needs to be something more there. If you just say, well, you should be, I would prefer, if what you mean by you should do more of the MAGA coverage, if what you mean is I would prefer that, I would like it more, then that could be one thing. But if what you mean by that is should, with respect to what I think one ought do in terms of moral obligation, that I think is going to be a little different from the sense of an observer. That if I say my preference would be if you covered it more this way, versus my thought process of what is morally obligatory, what someone ought to do from the perspective of like, it's morally wrong if you don't do it, like a different level of the prescription. I think that needs to be sussed out as well.
Discourse. Why is there not space for creators to do that? Like, what is immoral about that?
Yeah, and it's a good question.
You can do that in my opinion.
I get a limited time to talk.
Tini, go.
Go ahead.
So my issue isn't with covering them at all. My issue is with the amount of coverage when there are other things going on. So if you remember, during Hassan Collergate, which you said you covered for about 3 weeks continuous.
Yeah, like I would say I would prefer he not do that. I think it's irrelevant or whatever. That's just because like that's not the content that I think is most that I like, and then that's not where I think Hutch's value add is the most excellent. But I wouldn't be like you're doing something wrong for covering it if he likes to cover it and if his audience likes to cover it. I think I would need to show more than just that it's not my preferred content. I think there's some other thing that needs to be shown. Maybe I can't even like put it into words right now, but
During the government shutdown, if you recall.
Yep.
You dedicated multiple entire streams to this issue, which in my view is a non-issue. I think it doesn't matter. Like the Collergate thing isn't going to flip anybody's mind on these issues. It's not going to change anybody's.
But neither is like a lot of our Lib and Learn content. A lot of it is just like appealing to things that people already know or like better informing liberals that already exist. Maybe that will have some down the line effects, but it's like all very hard to prove.
Vote.
That was just for fun, buddy. That wasn't that. There was not praxis there. That was just a funny story.
But here we are criticizing the amount of time you spend that you dedicate to particular people, that you dedicate to covering these particular issues, and you cover Hassan a lot more than is warranted.
Can I ask you, Tony?
Wait, in virtue of what? In virtue of your preferences in terms of what content you like to watch, or in virtue of some sort of moral obligation? That I think that there's a failure to suss out from the pro Pisco position here.
Hold on, wait, real quick. Let me just say something real quick, and then do you understand that I could use this logic and spin it right back around on you?
And on
Why
me.
are you talking about me when ICE is out killing people in the streets?
I am not. Hang on.
I'm 150.
I am not a political advocate.
Yeah, I would fail this test.
Okay. You're a self-described political advocate.
I'm also a streamer. It's also my job to entertain people.
Before you started streaming politics, when you were a game guy, that you wanted to do more with your platform. Is this the more that you aspired to?
Well, it could be, right? It could be if all your definition is the more, and he says, well, the more is this kind of fun thing plus politics focus. I think he is in keeping with that. So I think you need to have some other standard that he's not living up to, separate apart from because he's gonna whatever standard he defines for himself, unless you have a reason why it wouldn't be meeting it in virtue of other examples he had before. I think that you're not making a convincing argument.
To spend 3 weeks digging into Collergate?
Yes, that shit was fucking funny.
Why? Okay, let me ask a question to Tony, just real quick, please.
And doing that argument, I think it makes you now. Wick smells blood in the water, so he wants to get his scalp because he's gonna be like, "What? You think I can't have fun streams sometimes?" And so you just open yourself up to like seeming like an insane nagger.
So
please, Tony, can I ask you a question?
I'm not an activist. I am not a.
So you're not. So you don't care about politics.
Of course.
He didn't say that. I mean, that is a straw man. That is a bad faith characterization of what he just said. So not being an activist doesn't mean that you don't care about politics.
Tony, can I ask you a question?
I'm not an activist. I am not a.
So you're not. So you don't care about politics.
Of course I do, but it's
and everyone just rolls their eyes because that doesn't make any sense.
Not 100% of what I do. I also talk about my balls
you do
moving
this on your stream.
You know, I talk about my urine streams being split. I talk about shitting my pants in my car.
Yeah, I wish that you wouldn't make comments like that. It's really gross.
It's true. I shit my pants in the car. It happened.
Crazy.
I'm not proud of it, but it happened.
Oh, stop with this. You guys know what I was talking about. It wasn't a reference. Stop. You guys are so annoying.
But to his point, Tony, hold on, stop. To the point, Tony, and I just want to ask you, right? Like, would you have the same issue with Hutch that you do now if instead of going on Collergate, he did a 3-week Collergate thing, if instead he'd done 3 weeks of just Arc Raiders and he didn't talk
Yeah, and now you're about to get owned.
Politics at all. Would you still have the same criticism?
I would have the same criticism.
No, you wouldn't.
Interesting. So, for example, I'm having a discussion tonight on this topic. Just real quick, can I finish my question? I'll let you speak. I'll let you answer. Right? I promise. I promise. Just let me get it out. There's like a couple hundred
that like it. I'll have you know.
If like instead of covering ICE and stuff tonight, I'm covering what.
Right, and now Wick is getting an easy scalp.
Some might consider drama, right? Lefty on lefty action, Democrats versus leftists, right?
Including me right now covering this.
Do you have that same criticism that you do for Hutch for me? Because I wanted to do something that was different.
And I think you have to say yes here.
Different, just for my own fucking mental health.
Do you spend like a significant?
Oh, no. Stop. So you didn't define that earlier, and now it just sounds like you're trying to distinguish them in any respect. This is what I accuse people of doing with respect to the moving targets on the other issues that I talk about. But now I think that isn't a successful dunk by Wick.
Portion of your time saying that you are a political advocate.
Oh,
for
come
a particular
on.
thing, and that you're trying to say, like,
no, come on.
You're trying to gatekeep.
He just said that he doesn't say that.
The movement from.
Now, the gatekeep the movement part, this I think is potentially more fruitful to say, you are trying to gatekeep on the grounds of infighting. And so if you say that time spent criticizing Dems or left-wing people, but maybe Hutch would just define it as criticism of Dems is infighting, criticism of them is not infighting. But then it's just like a definitional. A lot of it is semantic. I'm just going to tell you. That might seem boring to you guys, but a lot of it is just talking past each other in semantic shit.
Certain people say that we should keep these people out, we should keep some people in.
Yes. I think that gatekeeping is good.
In gatekeeping how, though? This is a question you made. Like, what do you want us to do?
And gatekeeping keeps a movement healthy.
How do we gatekeep? How?
One of the things
What is the gatekeeping you're proposing?
I think it's bizarre.
If I may finish, one of the arguments I have here, and I don't know if this is Hutch's argument, but it is mine, is that one of the problems with Hassan and his cohort isn't just the people that watch him, it's the people that associate him with Democrats who.
And who does that?
When they think Democrat, they think Hassan. When they think Democrat, they think.
Is Hassan part of the national brand of Democrats?
Extreme left, radical, crazy people, right? Tankies and things like that.
And if that's true, is the genie out of the bottle there? I mean, how do we overcome that?
One of the reasons
how do we prevent that? Especially when reps are using his platform to benefit their own advocacy. Just like they would use like Fox News, etc.
I think it's important to criticize Hassan is to create a clear distinction in the persuader of people's minds so they can be like, oh, well, we can vote for the Democrats because they're not like Hassan.
I just don't see, like, I think the perfect example of this is the 2024 election, where you ask people, is Kamala too radical? And the population overall said, yeah, Kamala is more radical than Trump. And that's specifically the instance in which Hassan didn't endorse Kamala, right? And I don't think that we need much for conservatives to try to construe and even successfully do it. The left wing or Democrats is radical. They said Obama was radical. They said Biden was radical. And people believe them. I think you need to show more, like in 2024, Kamala was considered the radical candidate, even though she was actively trying to fight that impression. So I'm not so sure about this, that it's Hassan-generated hysteria about radicalism. I think it's deeper than that. It's like this kind of reactionary view of things that, and like alarmist mentalities. And you could make an intuitive argument, though I don't say that I agree with it, that part of this like communist Red Scare language of they're lurking everywhere, they're behind, many of the major initiatives, that contributes to the atmosphere of fear, as opposed to being more chill about, this isn't really a threat. We don't have, communist Maoist threat in this country, which I don't think we do. So, yeah.
Does that make sense as an argument?
Yeah, that makes sense.
How many of those people are there? How many people actually think of Democrats as like Hassan is the representative?
Yeah, and I think that they're overstating. I think this is a good point from my speech. Overstating the significance of Hassan vis-a-vis the average voter. Now, online, he's one of the bigger streamers for sure, no doubt about that. But again, you're running into the problem of the effect here, the significance of the instrumental effect on the voting patterns and the perceptions of most people. And to the extent that people are very online, maybe that's a different calculus, but yeah, I think that this is all stuff that it's useful to have some factual grounding for.
Of
tankies in general and the extreme communist
okay,
left?
yes. So if you ask them who progressives are and they tell you Hassan, that's not the real world.
Okay.
The real world does not know Hassan that well.
Okay.
No. It's us terminally online fucks.
I promise you that there are plenty.
I know a real.
Okay, and we're gonna try this guy one last time, Marshmallow, and then I gotta go. What up, Marshmallow? Did you fix your shit?
Yeah, hello?
Yo, what up? You fixed it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You're good.
Wasting some time. So I wrote my question down. My question would be, given the user demographics of both Hassan, Destiny, and you, would it be fair to say that most Democrat voters don't apply necessarily the framework of you guys when endorsing a said candidate? And I guess this goes into more of the idea of the electoral college, and that the districts you need are likely not paying attention to the online debate stream, but they might be. So I could be wrong because I don't have any evidence to back that what I just said.
I don't understand the question. You're saying, is it true to say that most Democrat voters don't apply my framework for approaching issues or endorsements?
No, in terms of like Hassan, Destiny, and you, would you like?
Well, I'm nothing. So okay, Destiny, Hassan. Let's apply that. Okay, because
or
what do you mean? Or
I
are you
mean,
saying,
because I guess I don't consider. I mean, I don't. I would say you're a liberal, and I guess Destiny's more of a moderate conservative. And
I think Destiny's a
probably
liberal. You think he's a conservative?
yeah, probably like a moderate conservative, right?
In what
It's
what respect?
I guess with the healthcare thing, his healthcare takes about the CEO being shot, and
That's a conservative view to want a murderer to be fucking prosecuted. I want him to be prosecuted.
I'm talking about the whole framework of that situation.
Which is what?
The like the idea of like universal healthcare and the idea that it shouldn't be for profit.
I think that he's in favor of a public option. He supported Biden, who was in favor of, not Medicare for all. And so I think by definition, liberals can be not in favor of universal health care on the terms of Medicare for all. They can be in favor of more social coverage. He's against the big beautiful bill, which defunded some of the social programs. So I think that Destiny's views is consistent with liberalism and consistent with the most liberal president we've ever had, which is Joe Biden.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I voted for Harris and Biden, and he did endorse that. But I was under the assumption that like many moderate conservatives or even moderate like libertarians, I guess, don't like Trump because of the fascism and stuff like that. So
yeah, and we should be clear about what we mean by liberal in the sense, because there's a liberal in the sense of liberalism as a foundational view, which sees property as a kind of one such liberty to be free from unreasonable intrusion by the government. And in that sense, many leftist critiques of liberals is the fact that they do consider, for example, healthcare to be commodities or to be products that should be sold for private profit. And so I think that part of the view of a liberal on healthcare, that to the extent that they're trying to make it more socialized, that they're borrowing from other visions of political theory, in some might argue a contradiction to liberalism as such, which sort of would view as a default presumption that you're able to operate in these spheres. And so I don't think that example shows that Destiny is a conservative. I think it shows that he's not a leftist or a socialist.
Well, I would consider probably taxpayer healthcare to be a more social democrat socialist framework, because the idea that.
So do you mean liberal in the American political sense?
I guess like isn't like liberalism is like for liberty, egalitarianism, free market, stuff like that.
Right. So that would be more in line with Destiny's view. But if you mean liberal in the sense of like politically liberal as the political parties, like where Democrat is more liberal and we can think of more left in that sense, and liberal is a kind of substitution for left in America, which often happens, then I would grant his position is less liberal than someone like Bernie Sanders on that view of liberalism. But I don't think that that's sufficient to call him a conservative. But even that's just kind of a corollary point. I think it's a side point. I think you're trying to make some sort of analysis of whether our framing maps onto voters, and that's what I want to hear about. But I just want to say that I don't think he's a conservative.
I definitely like. Didn't he? I remember him saying that he liked. Was it Rand Paul? I could be wrong. I don't. It was someone he enjoyed when he was younger. So I definitely think
It's
he
a side
probably still
point. All right.
has some of those.
What's the broader point? What's the big thing? The thing is like, do I agree that voters think X? And I didn't understand what X was.
Yeah. So I guess my initial question, which I wrote down, it would be, would it be fair to say that most Democrat voters don't even apply the worldview framework of said streamers?
I'm not sure. I think it depends.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
I don't have a view on that because oftentimes I'm borrowing, like, my worldview is, I'm sure, a product of and aligns with a lot of voters in terms of how I view different issues. Now, I have some peculiarities in how I view things, but there are a lot of people who think as I do among the Democratic Party, and I'm sure that's true of Destiny as well. I think it just depends on what issue, and it depends in some sense. And I'm not confident enough to say yes or no blanketly to that. I think it's a more in the weeds conversation. In general, I think Democrats are much more likely to be aligned to my, Hassan, and Destiny's frameworks in some sense, but with different degrees of proximity. And I think they're probably more aligned to me and Destiny than to Hassan specifically. But again, that's just a question of degree and scale.
Yeah. I guess the reason I ask is it seems like a lot of Democrats that I guess I meet are, even typically socially conservative, but economically liberal. So like on healthcare, but
I think that's the perception about American liberals. I will say, I think if you do the polling on like Israel Palestine, I think that the Democrats are more likely to be closer to Hassan on Israel Palestine than on than Destiny. That is my view, at least based on public polling that we have right now. So on any given issue, it might be different. I think, for example, with respect to some of the prison abolition stuff, or perhaps some of the views on certain decommodification efforts or socializing efforts, I think if you ask the question, they're much less aligned on those visions, especially the more narrow you ask it. So I think it really does depend on the view.
Yeah, that is true. All right, thank you.
No way in terms of Israel Palestine. I think that's true. Like, maybe they wouldn't agree with, like, if Hassan has ever said invade Israel. I'm sure they wouldn't agree with that overall. I don't know that he said that. If they said that stop all aid to Israel, I'm not sure they would agree with that. But in terms of whether Israel's committed a genocide, that is the predominating view now of Democrats. In terms of like overall culpability, they're more pro-Palestinian than pro-Israel. And so it really depends as we parse it out. I doubt they would say, the Democrat majority, that we should like invade Israel, or that we should and maybe even cut off all aid. Although I would have to see polling of that, because it might be a majority view now among Democrats to cut off aid, and that would put Hassan more closely aligned, I think, overall on specifically Israel Palestine. But again, that's not me putting a moral weight to that. Just me examining that it really does depend on the context. Someone could be more or less aligned with the overall population on different things.
I guess just a second question, and just a short one. Has liberalism ever really truly been tried?
Yes.
In which presidencies, in your opinion?
Well, I'm going to interpret the question liberalism to mean liberalism in the sense of democratic liberalism, in the sense of the democratic policies. Now, if you mean liberalism in some other sense, you need to clarify, because then I'm just going to say trivially Obama, trivially Biden, trivially Bill Clinton.
Yeah, I guess, like, I was in college and my philosophy thing, I didn't really pay attention, but they threw around like the neoliberal word, and all I took from that is like just a liberal that does really nothing. I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Your view of neoliberalism is a liberal who does nothing? This is not a troll, right?
Yeah, like, no, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, as in, for example, with the ACA, I thought that was very good. I was obviously too young to vote, but so many people like I guess tankies on campuses will say,
It was hated by everyone
invention.
when it was passed. It was overwhelmingly unpopular.
Yeah, people say it's like a Republican invention.
I think it's a simplification of it. There's some elements of it that were tried, but I think it's an oversimplification on that front. But putting that aside, what's the overall point there? So yes, you agree with ACA.
No. My point was, has like true liberalism like ever been really tried?
I don't know what you mean by true.
What
What do you mean by true liberalism? What do you mean by that?
Like the most puritanical, down version of the ideology.
Liberalism in the sense of democratic liberalism, or liberalism in the sense of like the theory of government. And by democratic, I mean big D democratic. So there's
I actually don't know the difference.
So let me talk it out. There are multiple conceptions of liberalism. There's like an internationalist version of liberalism, which is a liberal framework for international policy. There's a liberalism in the sense of like a style of governance relating to freedom and liberty with respect to the relationship between government and the people. There's that, and it's a more kind of general in the sense that like Thomas Jefferson is a liberal in that sense. There's a sense of liberalism which refers to big D, Democratic Party liberalism, things that the Democratic Party is pushing, which is considered in America to be politically left-wing oriented. Those are, and there's more senses than that, but those are like three main senses in which liberalism is used, and you have to tell me which of those that you're thinking about.
I guess democratic liberalism.
In the sense of Democratic Party political orientation, not in the sense of the relationship between. Okay, yes, it's been tried, right? And I think the presidency of Barack Obama and Joe Biden are attempts at instituting a big D liberal government.
Right. That is true. So neoliberalism isn't like, it doesn't really mean anything, right? Those are just democratic.
Neoliberalism can refer to multiple things. Sometimes it's used as a catch-all kind of stupid filler word to just mean things that we hate. But I understand neoliberalism to refer to especially the relationship of trade in sort of reducing trade barriers between aligned countries and in basically letting private capital flourish, having trade agreements that make the most of comparative advantage, and having frameworks that encourage cooperation, getting rid of non-tariff barriers, and stopping import substitution. But that's my view. It's more of like an economic view of the world, and especially as relates government subsidies and tariffs and trade agreements. That's how I view it.
Oh, yeah. That's a good clarification. Thank you.
Yeah. No worries. Finally, Ogre Boy, the last person, and then we're done. Yeah, what up, Ogre?
So this segment, and there's a bit of nuance to this that's the only reason I'm even saying it, because I understand, I think, where Tony, the guy in the corner, was trying to go with this, but I don't think he does a good job at all. It's not to say, and because I think you're taking this completely good faith, as you should, because we all love Hutch and Hutch is our boy. But that's the conversation isn't, does he have the right to do fun things, right? Obviously, we all do. He talks about his balls or whatever. That's a given. The issue becomes, and I've seen more than one streamer do this, and that's why the Collargate shit was just such a tasty piece of pudding for so many people, is if you cover that and you talk about that and you meme on that, that's whatever. Don't care. End of the day, don't care. What I've seen so many people do is they turn around and they go, see, that's why you shouldn't listen to this man at all. You shouldn't listen to him about Medicare for all. You shouldn't listen to him about Dem leadership. You shouldn't listen to him about fill in the blank political topic of concern, because he lied about this specifically. And that's where a lot of people get pissed off, because Hassan doing something or not doing something, at the end of the day, I don't give as much of a fuck about that as I do the political issue. And if you're using this as a fulcrum to turn people away from political issues because you can't combat the political issue, that's where it comes across as like you're not doing entertaining haha content anymore. You're just a bad faith like actor, basically.
I think it is relevant to their claims, and I'll tell you why. I agree that the merits of whatever political argument that Hassan offers doesn't bear on his character necessarily. But they're not making an argument that just is like, don't listen to Hassan because he's a bad faith hack, or because of Collargate, what they're saying is that you shouldn't have him as an ally for a bunch of reasons, a lot of which relate to his character. And that's one of the things that I was examining in the context of Kyle Kalinske is there evidence of bad faith such that we can't like trust them for any particular thing. Now, I agree that you and I probably are aligned on the notion that this coalition business needs to be like further refined. It's not clear what it means and what the prescriptions that follow from being a part or not of the coalition. But assuming there's some coherence there, my like strong suspicion is that someone's character bears heavily in terms of whether or not they should be considered part of the coalition. Your reliability, whether you're willing to lie about something, that's going to bear on whether you're, all else equal, a quote unquote good ally. And I think that they're making the case that Hassan's like a bad person, and to the extent that bears on that, and whether or not we should like align ourselves or interact with him, that will it's relevant. All I'm saying is it's relevant
For sake of argument, hypothetical, complete hypothetical. Let's say I could kick up 5 clips where content creator X turns around and says something to the effect of, "See, that's why you shouldn't listen to him about Medicare for all." Would that not in turn be something that's like related to bad faith?
If you said don't listen to Medicare for all because of Collargate, I think that would be a stupid argument, and I would probably say that's bad faith because it's so stupid and you should know it. But you should know it's stupid to believe him on that. Whether or not he did or did not shock the dog bears on whether it's correct or incorrect to take whatever he suggests for the party, right? I think taking them at good faith, which I do, I try to take both sides at good faith, they're making a broader argument, which is it speaks to character, and character is relevant for who becomes your political allies, which I would agree with, right? If I have an inconsistent ally, that's gonna bear on whether now what to be done about that is a separate question, and that's where I think that crucially the other side, if there are quote unquote sides to it, here in this panel, hasn't defined, and where there's lack of clarity. But I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. But that was the thing. I don't think it's like I said, I don't think it's so much, and I don't think anybody did a good job of capturing that. Even there's a real dumbass that's on after Tony that argues some different shit. And that guy's a loser. You should skip past him.
Are all my Team Pisco people like? They're all
the
ineffective?
Guy that's immediately after Tony. The guy that's immediately after Tony, just shut him down and just skip past the guy after Tony. That's the one element in hindsight that I think if you go too surface level and go, shouldn't streamers be able to do fun things every once in a while? Like that, I think is so not the point whatsoever when it comes to the broader arguments about, are we here to move the needle and do politics? Are we here to have fun and do lulls? Should we be allowed to have a mix of both? And even then, that panel wasn't even supposed to be like, Hutch has to change or you have to change. The conversation was about which one was better per se, and why you liked it and why you think it's more effective. But they kept turning it into, well, you are saying Hutch has to be this way. It's like, no, the person, whoever they may be, would basically turn around and say something to the effect of like, no, I'm not saying he has to do anything. I'm saying this is why I like Pisco, or this is why I like what Hutch is doing, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, anyway, I'll let you get back to watching.
No, I appreciate it. And I'm actually going to end pretty soon, but thank you so much, Ogre. And let's keep the conversation flowing, but thank you. Okay, folks, I have to go. I have to travel, but I really do appreciate these conversations. I'm not one to shy away from disagreement, and I take the critique seriously. And the fact that I'm spending time on it should let people know that I'm taking it seriously. That said, I'm not convinced, and I'm sure that's obvious by now. I'm not convinced that there's a coherence here, at least not one that's been communicated to me in terms of how I should structure my content. And so I will have a conversation with Hutch about it, probably more specifically on the Kyle Kalinske aspect. But yeah, like, I don't think there's a reason I should stop going on breaking points to give legal analyses, especially when they're to the detriment of Trump. Oftentimes they are. Oftentimes they're just like sober analyses that raise my profile, and I have an interest in obviously reaching more people. And I don't know that that's a bad thing. I don't think that I'm like giving moral authority to breaking points or Crystal and Kyle. I think that they're providing legitimacy to me, if anything. And I don't think that there's like, what have I done that wouldn't fit into whatever kind of prescription model. And certainly if Hassan ever reached out to me to do a collab or to do like a conversation, I'm not sure that there's a reason to say that like I shouldn't do that, especially if an opportunity does arise to like push back or whatever. And on the Vanguard specific conversation, I don't think anyone can define a scope of like moral wrong that I did there. And if you can, like, you know, provide it. That said, much love to all of you. Like the stream if you like the stream. The subs are great. Memberships are great. And I really appreciate you guys. I may stream tomorrow, but probably not with Hutch, given that I'm traveling. And if I do, it'll be like a little bit cooked. It'll be like when I had the discussion about the Ethan Klein stuff. So just keep that in mind. No promises for tomorrow. And I might have a scuffed stream in the next like 4 or 5 days, just heads up. I did get a green screen though. So that like, I might want to use that. I need to make it look decent though. I might use that. It's like a nice one too. I think it'll be fun. But much love to all of you guys. Stay cool and have a good one. Peace. And thank you for the subs on Twitch. Matt, you're the best. Matt, I see you.